Welcome to Moonlight Mysteries, a calm space for long, research-rich mysteries. If you enjoy these sleepy deep dives, please like this video, subscribe, and tap the bell so you don't miss new episodes. If you'd like to support the channel, a quick comment with your favorite moment helps more people find us. Now settle in, dim the lights, and let's begin. The Mystery of the Last Romanovs. It is 1917. The world is at war. The old certainties are crumbling. Somewhere deep inside Russia, the largest country on earth, a family is waiting. They do not know what is coming. In a few months, they will be gone. And then, for decades, a question will haunt historians, journalists, forensic scientists, and ordinary people in equal measure. What really happened in that basement in Yekaterinburg? And are there any survivors? The story of the Romanovs is not simply a story about a murder. It is a story about power, about hubris, about the strange gravity of revolution, and about how a family became a symbol for so many different things to so many different people. A lost golden age, a warning, a tragedy, or a lie. It is a story that kept reinventing itself for over a century, long after the people at the center of it were dead. Part 1. The Weight of 300 Years. How the Romanovs came to rule everything. The Romanov dynasty did not always seem destined for greatness. The family's earliest documented roots reach back to a Prussian nobleman named Andrei Kabula, who arrived in Moscow around the mid-14th century. His descendants spent generations accumulating influence through the careful navigation of Russian court politics, a business that was, in those centuries, almost indistinguishable from survival. Russia's nobility operated in an environment where fortunes rose and collapsed with remarkable speed, where the favor of a tsar or a powerful prince could elevate a family overnight, and where disfavor could mean exile, confiscation, or death. The Romanov name itself only crystallized in the 16th century, when the family adopted it in honor of an ancestor named Roman. By that time, they had become one of the more prominent boyar clans, the old landed aristocracy of Russia, and had positioned themselves within the orbit of the ruling Rurik dynasty. This proximity to power would prove both advantageous and dangerous. The great inflection point came through marriage. Anastasia Romanovna, a woman remembered by contemporaries as gentle and moderating in her influence, became the first wife of Ivan IV, better known to history as Ivan the Terrible. This was a relationship that was, by the Tsar's own later behavior, deeply formative. Ivan adored Anastasia. He was, even in his younger years, a man of volcanic instability, capable of genuine warmth and horrifying violence. Anastasia appeared to steady him. The English diplomat Sir Jerome Horsey, an agent for the Russia Company who observed the court firsthand, wrote that she ruled him with admirable affability and wisdom, a remarkable thing to say about the wife of an autocrat, and a description that recurs in enough independent sources to be credible. When she died in 1560, something in Ivan seemed to break. He became convinced that she had been murdered, poisoned by the boyards. And the question of whether he was right has haunted historians for over 4 centuries. It is, in its own way, a mystery as resonant as the one that would eventually consume her family's descendants 3.5 centuries later. Anastasia died on August 7th, 1560, at approximately 30 years of age, after what contemporary Russian chronicles describe only as a lingering illness that had begun roughly a year earlier, in the autumn of 1559, while he was accompanying Ivan on a campaign near Mazrix. The illness was progressive and debilitating. She deteriorated over the course of months, was eventually transported back to Moscow for care, and died there. The chronicles are frustratingly thin on specific symptoms, recording her decline in the vague terms that 16th century medical documentation typically offers. She was unwell, she worsened, she died. Ivan's response was extreme even by his own volatile standards. He wept publicly and convulsively at the funeral. Accounts from contemporaries described him barely able to stand, supported by attendants, his behavior during the cortege, drawing comments even a court accustomed to his extremes. He then, in the weeks and months following, began accusing specific boyars of having poisoned her. He had several tortured. He had some executed. He did not produce evidence in any form we would recognize as such. The accusation was the verdict, and the verdict was the sentence. Ivan did not simply grieve and spiral into general paranoia. He named targets. He identified specific people he believed responsible. This suggests he had, or believed he had, some basis for his accusations, some piece of court intelligence, some reported conversation, some behavior that he read as incriminating. Whether that basis was real or was a projection of his pre-existing hatred of the boyars is the question the surviving record cannot definitively answer. To understand why Ivan believed what he believed, you have to go back to his childhood. Because his childhood had taught him that the boyars poisoned people he loved. Ivan's father, Grand Prince Vasily III, died in 1533 when Ivan was 3 years old. Ivan's mother, Elena Glinskaya, then served as regent. She was, by the accounts that survive, an able and forceful ruler. She managed to hold the regency together despite the antagonism of the great boyar families who resented her influence and her Lithuanian origins. In 1538, when Ivan was 8 years old, Elena Glinskaya died suddenly. The circumstances were suspicious to contemporaries, and modern forensic analysis found elevated levels of mercury in Elena's hair, consistent with the pattern of poisoning. When Ivan was 8, his mother, a powerful woman managing a hostile court, had died suddenly of what the forensic record now suggests was mercury poisoning. The boyars were the most plausible suspects. The young Ivan then spent years in what he later described in letters as conditions of deliberate neglect and humiliation at the hands of those same boyar families, particularly the Shulskys and Belsky clans, who competed for control of the regency. He wrote that they treated him and his brother like vagrants and children of the poorest, forcing them to beg for basic necessities, interrupting them, insulting them, treating the Kremlin as their own personal domain. Whether these accounts are entirely accurate or were shaped by later resentment and retrospective victimhood is genuinely uncertain. But the psychological formation they describe is consistent with Ivan's subsequent behavior. He grew up believing, with some evidentiary basis, that the people closest to the seat of power would kill to control it, and that the person most likely to be killed was the person the Tsar loved. When Anastasia died, Ivan was not simply a grieving husband reaching for an explanation. He was a man who had already lived through what he believed was one political poisoning of a woman he loved, who had been humiliated by the same class of men he now accused, and who had spent his adult life trying to break the power of those men through increasingly radical means. The accusation was not irrational within the framework of his own experience. It was, in a grim way, the most coherent thing he believed. For nearly 4 centuries, the question of whether Anastasia had been poisoned remained exactly where Ivan left it, unresolved, unprovable, and therefore unfalsifiable. Then, in the 1990s and 2000, a series of forensic examinations began to change the picture. Anastasia's remains had been interred at the Voznesenskiy Monastery, the Ascension Convent within the walls of the Moscow Kremlin, the traditional burial place of Russian Tsaritsa. In 1929, the Soviet government destroyed the monastery as part of its campaign against religious institutions, but the remains of the women buried there were transferred to the Archangel Cathedral within the Kremlin complex, where they were preserved. This preservation turned out to be historically significant. When forensic scientists examined Anastasia's remains, most extensively in 2000, and subsequently confirmed with neutron activation analysis at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research, they found mercury concentrations in her hair far exceeding any plausible therapeutic range. The specific measurement from one analysis was 4.8 milligrams of mercuric salts per 100 grams of sample. To put this in context, mercury was indeed used medicinally in the 16th century in small quantities for a range of conditions, but the levels found in Anastasia's remains were described by the researchers as indicating acute mercury poisoning, not therapeutic exposure. The mercury was also found in the shroud fabric and in the decayed material at the bottom of her stone sarcophagus, suggesting that the accumulation was not a surface contamination of the excavated bones, but was present in her body at death. The same examination also confirmed elevated mercury in Elena Glenskaya's remain, Ivan's mother. 2 women, both closely associated with Ivan IV, both important to the balance of power around the Russian throne, both dead, of lingering illnesses with no recorded specific symptoms, both showing acute mercury poisoning in their remains. The pattern is striking, but here is where the mystery becomes genuinely unresolvable. Mercury was not only a medicine in the 16th century, it was also a cosmetic. Mercury compounds, particularly mercury sulfide, in various mercury-based preparations were used widely in early modern European and Russian court cosmetics. They appeared in skin whiteners, in treatments for skin conditions, and in cosmetics intended to brighten the complexion. A woman of Anastasia's station living in the Kremlin court would have had access to and likely used such preparations routinely. Long-term cosmetic use of mercury compounds could over time produce the kind of mercury accumulation that the forensic tests detected. This is the alternative interpretation that some historians have proposed. Anastasia was not poisoned by enemies. She was poisoned slowly and inadvertently by her own beauty regimen. The same accumulation of mercury, the same forensic result, produced by a completely different mechanism and carrying no implication of conspiracy. The difficulty with the cosmetic theory is that it cannot be cleanly separated from the poisoning theory using the available evidence. Both produce the same forensic signature. What would distinguish them? The pattern of accumulation, the specific compounds involved, the distribution of mercury through different tissues may have been determinable with a more extensive analysis than was conducted, or may simply be beyond recovery after nearly 5 centuries of decomposition. There is also the pattern problem. If we invoke the cosmetic theory for Anastasia, we have to invoke it for Elena Glinskaya as well. 2 women, mother and daughter-in-law, both showing mercury poisoning, both using cosmetics in the same court environment. This is possible. Courtly cosmetics were consistently used and consistently toxic, but it requires accepting that the poison theory's most suggestive piece of evidence, the parallel between the 2 deaths, is coincidence rather than pattern, and that is a more difficult intellectual position to hold than it might initially appear. If we accept that Anastasia was deliberately poisoned, the question of who benefits require careful thought. The boyars are obvious suspects, and they were Ivan's subjects. The logic is not unreasonable. Anastasia was by all accounts a moderating influence on Ivan. The English ambassador's description of her ruling him with admirable affability and wisdom implies that she was managing him, softening his impulses, perhaps mediating between him and the court, perhaps restraining the worst of his instincts. A tsar, whose wife was managing him, was from the perspective of the boyar class, who had their interest in influencing him, a less fully malleable instrument of their will than a tsar consumed by grief and paranoia. There is also a dynastic consideration. The boyar families who had dominated the regency during Ivan's childhood had spent decades trying to control access to the throne. Anastasia's family, the Zakharians, were her people, not theirs. Her death would weaken the Zakharin influence and open the question of Ivan's next wife, in the resulting shift in factional balance. But there is another candidate who is almost never discussed: the factional enemies of the Zakharin family itself, who might have poisoned Anastasia, not to harm Ivan, but to harm her family. Russian court politics in this period was not primarily about controlling the Tsar in any direct sense. It was about the elaborate competition between noble families for positions, land grants, marriages, and influence. The Zakharin family's elevation through Anastasia's marriage had created enemies among families who resented their rise. Removing Anastasia removed their primary asset. And then there is the possibility, uncomfortable but historically necessary, that the poisoning, if it occurred, came from within the court in a more diffused way, not as a targeted assassination, but as the kind of slow ambient toxicity that palace life in this era routinely produced. Mercury-based cosmetics were shared, gifts were given, food and drinks passed through many hands. A court environment saturated with mercury compounds, which the forensic evidence suggests the Kremlin court may have been, given the similar findings in multiple individuals, could have poisoned multiple people without any single actor bearing specific responsibility. Whatever the truth of Anastasia's death, what matters for history is what Ivan believed. And what Ivan believed was that the boyars had killed his wife, just as they had killed his mother, and that the only appropriate response was to systematically destroy their power and their lives. The Oprishnina, Ivan's instrument for doing this, was established in 1565, 5 years after Anastasia's death. It was a parallel state apparatus, a domain that Ivan controlled directly, staffed by black-clad riders on black horses, who carried brooms and severed dog heads as their symbol. The brooms to sweep away any treason, the dogs' heads to sniff it out. The oprichniki, as they were known, terrorized the countryside, executed boyars on Ivan's orders, confiscated estates, and conducted themselves with a freedom from accountability that made them effectively an instrument of private royal vengeance, masquerading as governmental policy. The massacre of Novgorod in 1570, in which Ivan's forces killed thousands of civilians on the suspicion that the city was conspiring with Poland, was the Oprishnina's most extreme expression. A city destroyed, partly because Ivan's grief for Anastasia had transformed into a generalized suspicion of everyone around him. The personal and political were in Ivan's psychology inseparable. The death of a woman who had spent 13 years trying to moderate him removed the moderating force and left underlying Ivan exposed. The Ivan who had grown up watching the people closest to power kill each other, who had internalized a view of political relationships as fundamentally predatory, and who had been waiting, at some level, for the people around him to betray him the way he had always known they would. The Romanovs survived Ivan's Oprishnina. Nikita Romanovich Vakharin, Anastasia's brother, was one of the few boyars who managed to maintain Ivan's trust through the terror. This was partly because of his personal relationship with Ivan, partly because the Zakharin family's connection to Anastasia gave them a kind of posthumous protection, and partly because Nikita was a genuinely capable man who knew how to navigate an unstable master. His grandson would become the first Romanov tsar in 1613, the dynasty that would end in a basement in Yekaterinburg in 1918 was the dynasty that survived the terror that Anastasia's death had unleashed, a dynasty born from the grief of a man who may have been right about why his wife died, but who had no way to prove it, and who burned half the country trying. The Romanovs survived the chaos of Ivan's later years, but the aftermath was messy. Russia entered a period historians call the Time of Troubles, roughly 15-year span from 1598 to 1613, during which the country experienced famine, civil war, foreign invasion by Poland and Sweden, and a complete breakdown of central authority. Several different men claimed or seized the throne. Pretenders appeared. The country fractured. It was, in many ways, the nearest Russia had come to ceasing to exist as a unified political entity. What ended the times of troubles was a combination of military resistance and political exhaustion. A national militia organized by Kuzma Menin and Dmitry Pozharsky, a merchant and a prince, an unlikely partnership, managed to expel the Polish forces from Moscow in 1612. With the immediate crisis resolved, the question became who would rule. The Zemsky Zabar, a kind of assembly of nobles, clergy, and merchants and other representatives, convened in 1613 to settle the matter. After considerable deliberation, they chose 16-year-old Mikhail Romanov, a great-nephew of Anastasia Romanovna. He was selected in part precisely because he was young and inexperienced. He could be managed. He had few enemies, and his family connections to the old dynasty gave him just enough dynastic credibility to command assent without inspiring fear. There is something almost accidentally comic about the origins of Russia's last ruling dynasty. They were chosen because they were unthreatening. 304 years later, in another kind of crisis, that dynasty would end in abasement. Mikhail became the first Romanov tsar. He was shy, reportedly something of a homebody, and relied heavily on his father Filaret, who had been made Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, to handle the actual business of governance. The early Romanov reign was a period of consolidation, of rebuilding the institutions that had shattered during the time of troubles, of restoring some semblance of central authority. It was not glamorous work. The dynasty at its height. The Romanovs who followed Mikhail spent the 17th century gradually expanding and deepening their hold on Russia. By the time Peter I came to power at the end of that century, the dynasty was stable enough that it could withstand Peter's extraordinary disruptive ambition. And Peter had ambition in quantities that staggered the imagination even now. Peter the Great, Tsar from 1682 and later self-proclaimed emperor from 1721, was a man who stood approximately 6 feet 8 inches tall, which made him extraordinary even by modern standards, and almost otherworldly by the standards of the 17th century. He had enormous physical energy and an insatiable curiosity that drove him to travel through Europe incognito as a young man, studying shipbuilding in the Netherlands, visiting factories, observing armies, taking in the texture of a civilization he intended to import into Russia wholesale. He came back and began the work. He built a new capital, St. Petersburg, from almost nothing on the swampy shores of the Gulf of Finland, insisting on a city that would be architecturally and culturally European. He forced the Russian nobility to shave their beards, adopt Western dress, and learn European customs. He reformed the military, the administration, the church, the calendar, and the alphabet. He also, with considerable ruthlessness, tortured and executed his own son, Alexei, after discovering that Alexei had conspired against him. The Russia that Peter built, modernized on the surface, autocratic at the core, became the template for everything that followed. His successors expanded the empire east into Siberia and the Pacific, south into the steppes, west into Poland and the Baltic. Catherine the Great, who came to power in 1762, after engineering a coup against her husband Peter III, pushed the empire further still, absorbing vast territories and cultivating the arts with an almost competitive fervor. By the 19th century, Russia was the largest country in the world by land area and one of the great powers of Europe. Its tsar in possession of a title, autocrat of all the Russias, that was not mere vanity, but the genuine description of the political arrangement. The Tsar was not constrained by a parliament or a constitution. He was, in theory and in practice, absolute. This absolutism was both the dynasty's greatest strength and the seed of its eventual destruction. The empire had grown too large, too diverse, and too complicated to be governed well by a single man, however capable. When that single man was less than capable, when he was, say, a shy, deeply pious, politically naive former prince who had never expected to become czar and who did not particularly want to be, the results were catastrophic. Part 2. Nicholas II and the family at the center of everything. The last Tsar. Nicholas Alexandrovich Romanov was born in 1868, the eldest son of Tsar Alexander III. His father was a man of imposing physical presence and intensely conservative politics, who regarded constitutions as an instrument of weakness and believed that Russia's salvation lay in autocracy, orthodoxy, and nationalism. He died in 1894, at the age of 49, unexpectedly early, from kidney disease, and left his 26-year-old son in charge of 125 million people. Nicholas was, by most credible accounts, genuinely unsuited to the role. He was warm in private, deeply devoted to his family, interested in tennis and photography and long walks in the countryside. He had a deep religious faith that inclined him toward fatalism, a belief that God had appointed him tsar and that whatever happened was therefore God's will, an attitude that made decisive action in a crisis feel almost spiritually inappropriate. His diaries, which survive, are remarkable documents. They record the events of great historical importance in the same tone and with the same level of detail as accounts of family picnics and favorite films. On the day he was told of the revolution that would eventually end his reign, he wrote about it briefly, then noted that he had a walk and that the weather was pleasant. He was not unintelligent. He could be charming and perceptive, but he was also stubborn in a way that was divorced from principle. He resisted change not because he had thought carefully about why change was bad, but because change of any kind seemed to threaten the divine order as he understood it. He dismissed advisors who challenged him and promoted those who agreed with him. He believed with some sincerity that the Russian peasantry loved the Tsar as a father figure, that the difficulties of his reign were being manufactured by a small group of troublemakers, and that if he could only reach his people directly, they would confirm their love and everything would be well. He was wrong about all of this. The failures of his reign were not only failures of character, they were also failures of institution. Russia at the turn of the 20th century was undergoing simultaneous processes of rapid industrialization and persistent feudal poverty, producing exactly the kind of social dislocation that historical experience tells us is dangerous. A peasant population newly arrived in the cities, living in cramped and miserable conditions, working brutal hours in factories without meaningful political representation. This is, across historical contexts, a population near its breaking point. The Socialist Revolutionary Party, which would later split into factions, organized around the rural peasantry. The Social Democrats, which would produce both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, organized around the industrial working class. By 1900, the revolutionary movement was not a fringe of discontents. It was a broad, diverse, and deeply angry mobilization of people who had genuine and legitimate grievances. Nicholas's response to this mobilization was catastrophically inadequate. When peaceful demonstrators marched to the Winter Palace on January 9, 1905, led by a priest named Father Capon, carrying icons and portraits of the Tsar, singing hymns, and presenting a petition for better wages and political rights, Nicholas was not even in the city. His troops fired on the crowd. Between 100 and 1,000 people died, depending on whose count you accept. The day became known as Bloody Sunday, and it transformed the political landscape. The 1905 revolution that followed forced Nicholas to issue the October Manifesto, which created a legislative body called the Duma and promised civil liberties. It was the most significant constitutional concession the Romanovs ever made. Nicholas devised it and spent the subsequent year systematically undermining it, dissolving parliaments when they disagreed with him, revising the electoral rules to produce more compliant bodies, ensuring that the Duma's actual power remained minimal. Stolypin, his most capable prime minister, was assassinated in 1911 at the Kiev Opera House, shot in front of Nicholas himself. Stolypin had been implementing agricultural reforms designed to create a class of independent peasant landowners, people with a stake in the existing order, and his death removed the one member of the government who might have managed the situation. Nicholas replaced him with successively less capable men. The daughters, meanwhile, had grown up largely apart from all of this, or had tried to. The four girls, Olga, Tatiana, Marie, and Anastasia, were raised in what Nicholas and Alexandra intended as a deliberately modest, unspoiled environment relative to the splendor of the imperial court. They shared bedrooms, made their own beds, slept on hard camp beds, and took cold baths in the morning. They were affectionate, close to one another, and apparently genuinely cheerful. Photographs of them show girls who are laughing, teasing each other, mugging for the camera. Tatiana, the second eldest, was the most organizationally capable and was sometimes called the governess by her siblings for her tendency to manage them. Anastasia, the youngest of the four, was known as the family comedian, physically active and mischievous in ways that annoyed some adults and delighted others. Marie was considered the kindest and most easygoing. Olga, the eldest, was perhaps the most intellectually gifted, and also, by the accounts of those who knew her, the most melancholic, the one who felt most deeply the peculiarity of their position. The girls were constrained by their parents' protectiveness and by the security requirements of their father's position in ways that would strike us almost suffocating. They were rarely allowed to appear in public unsupervised. Their friendships were largely limited to members of the court and to the children of small number of approved families. Their social world was tiny. When World War I began, they trained as nurses alongside their mother, genuinely working in field hospitals, assisting in surgeries, carrying bedpans, sitting with the dying. It was, for all its horrors, their first real contact with the world outside the palace walls. Nicholas, Alexandra, and the road to Rasputin. Nicholas had first met his future wife, Princess Alex of Hesse-Darmstadt, in 1884, when Alex was 12 years old and visiting St. Petersburg for the wedding of her older sister Ella, Elizabeth of Hesse, to Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich, Nicholas's uncle. Nicholas was 16 at the time, and by his own diary accounts, he was immediately captivated. Their paths crossed again during a second visit by Alex in 1889, when Nicholas was 20 and she was 17, and his feelings by then had ripened into something more serious. The marriage was not straightforward to arrange. Nicholas's father, Tsar Alexander III, had reservations about the match, partly because Alex was considered emotionally high-strung by the Russian court, partly because her family, the Hessian Grand Duchy, was a relatively minor German principality in an era when Russian czar typically married into more prominent royal houses. Alexander III preferred other candidates and made his preference known. Nicholas, in one of the few significant acts of determination, simply refused to consider anyone else. He waited his father out. When Alexander III's health collapsed in 1894, he died that October of kidney disease at 49. The objection died with him. Nicholas and Alex became engaged in April 1894, with Alexander still alive but incapacitated, and the wedding took place in November 1894, barely a week after Alexander's death and funeral. Alexandra entered the Russian court for the first time already dressed in mourning. Princess Alex converted to Russian Orthodoxy upon the engagement and took the name Alexandra Fyodorovna. She was the granddaughter of Queen Victoria, deeply pious from childhood, somewhat reserved in manner, and possessed of a stubbornness that in some ways matched Nicholas's own. Though whereas his stubbornness was passive and evasive, hers was more direct, sometimes confrontational. She struggled acutely with Russian court life, the constant socializing, the formal appearances, the enormous rooms full of people she was expected to charm. All of it drained her. She was perceived by the aristocracy as cold, haughty, and unfriendly, which made her retreat further, which made the aristocracy's perception of her worse. She never fully shed the feeling of being a foreigner in her husband's country, and the Russian court never fully adopted her. She compensated by withdrawing into her family, her religious devotion, and an increasingly private inner world that would, by 1905, draw in one of the most consequential and controversial figures of the entire late imperial period. Between 1895 and 1901, Nicholas and Alexandra had 4 daughters in succession: Olga in 1895, Tatiana in 1897, Marie in 1899, and Anastasia in 1901. Each birth was accompanied by quiet but intensifying court anxiety because under the Romanov succession laws, a daughter could not inherit the throne. Russia needed a male heir. By 1901, the country had been waiting 6 years, and the whispers in court circles had begun to shade into something sharper than impatience. Then, on August 12, 1904, Alexandra gave birth to a son. His name was Alexei Nikolaevich. Cannon fires across the empire announced the birth. There was genuine public celebration. The dynasty had its heir. Within weeks, the celebrations turned to private horror. Alexei had inherited hemophilia B, specifically a mutation in the gene that produces clotting factor 9 from his maternal line. Alexandra's grandmother, Queen Victoria, had been a carrier of this mutation, and through Victoria's daughters, it had spread invisibly into the royal families of Europe. Alexandra was a carrier herself and had not known it. Hemophilia B is a condition in which the blood cannot form effective clots, meaning that any internal bleeding from a bruise, a fall, even the minor jolt of ordinary childhood activities go unchecked. For a healthy child, a bruise is a temporary nuisance. For Alexei, a bruise could become a swollen, excruciating episode of internal hemorrhage that lasted days, during which the boy screamed in pain around the clock, and there was nothing any doctor could do to stop it. The condition was poorly understood in 1904 and effectively untreatable. There was no factor 9 supplement, no preventative therapy, no meaningful medical intervention. Conventional medicine could only watch. Nicholas and Alexandra kept Alexei's condition as secret as they could, which added to isolation and the strain. The court knew something was wrong with the boy, but the specifics were guarded. Alexandra, watching her son suffer through episodes that left him pale and trembling, became progressively consumed by the search for relief, not medical relief, which had repeatedly failed, but something else. She was already inclined by temperament and by the mysticism her orthodoxy had developed into, to believe in spiritual healing, in the intercessory power of holy men, in the possibility that God could act directly in the physical world. That inclination made her receptive to a figure who arrived in St. Petersburg in the early 1900s with an unusual reputation. Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin was born around 1869 in the village of Pokrovsky in the Tyumen region of western Siberia. a small agricultural settlement of the kind that covered the Siberian interior, where his father Yefim was a moderately prosperous peasant farmer. As a young man, Rasputin underwent some kind of spiritual crisis or awakening. The precise nature of it is not documented. That set him on the path of a strannik, a wandering religious pilgrim. This was a recognized role in Russian Orthodox culture. Men who travel between monasteries and holy sites, existing outside ordinary society, sustained by charity, dedicated to prayer and spiritual seeking. Rasputin spent years in this way, walking thousands of miles, visiting holy sites, including possibly Mount Athos and Greece, acquiring the reputation of a man of spiritual power and prophetic gift. He was not a monk, not a priest, not any kind of officially recognized religious figure. He was something harder to categorize, a peasant mystic, self-taught, operating on the margins of the institutional church. He arrived in St. Petersburg around 1903 or 1904 and began making his way through the city's drawing rooms. Petersburg society in those years had a pronounced appetite for the mystical and the occult. It was a fashionable milieu in which spiritualism, fortune-telling, and encounters with unusual holy men were taken seriously as entertainment and sometimes as something more. Rasputin found a ready audience. He was described by virtually everyone who met him in terms of his eyes, pale, almost colorless, intensely focused, difficult to look away from. He had a physical presence that people remembered years later as something beyond ordinary charisma, though whether this was a genuine quality or a retrospective mythologization is impossible to separate out. He made specific predictions that appear to come true. He healed people, or appeared to. He moved through aristocratic circles with a confidence that struck some observer as holy simplicity and others as calculated audacity. By 1905, he had been introduced to Nicholas and Alexandra. The specific introduction was arranged through the Montenegrin princesses Malika and Anastasia, the wives of two of Nicholas's cousins, who were enthusiasts of the spiritual and mystical, and who had already sponsored various holy men and healers at court. They presented Rasputin as a man of God, a genuine starret, a term for a revered spiritual elder in Orthodox tradition, though Rasputin had no formal qualifications for it. The timing of his introduction to the family mattered enormously. Alexei had by then experienced several episodes of bleeding serious enough to terrify the household. At some point in 1905 or 1906, accounts of the precise date differs, Rasputin was brought into contact with Alexei during one of these episodes, and the bleeding stopped, or slowed dramatically, or the episode resolved more quickly than expected. This happened more than once. Alexandra's response was not gradual warming, but immediate, incomplete conviction. Rasputin was sent by God to protect her son. She called him our friend. She called him Father Grigory. In the letters she wrote to Nicholas during the war years when he was away at the front, she referred to Rasputin's opinions on ministerial appointments, on military strategy, on the conduct of the war, with the same reverence she reserved for scripture. How Rasputin achieved what he appeared to achieve with Alexei has been debated by historians and medical researchers ever since. The most widely accepted explanation is that his calming presence reduced the boy's agitation and reduced therefore his blood pressure, which slowed the rate of internal bleeding. A child who is terrified and screaming and thrashing is a child whose cardiovascular system is working hard, moving blood fast, making bleeding worse. A child calmed into stillness by the presence of a trusted and soothing figure bleeds more slowly. In some cases, the bleeding may have stopped of its own accord during the episode, with Rasputin receiving credit for a natural resolution. There is also the hypothesis, advanced by several researchers, that Rasputin may have told the family to stop giving Alexei aspirin, a common prescription of the era for pain and fever, and a powerful blood thinner that would have catastrophically worsened hemophilic episodes. If this is correct, the benefit was real, even if its mechanism was pharmacological rather than spiritual. Nicholas's relationship with Rasputin was never what Alexandra's was. He did not love the man. He found him embarrassing and was aware with some accuracy of the political damage Rasputin's presence at court was causing. Stories about Rasputin proliferated through Petersburg society, that he was the empress's lover, that he controlled the government, that he was a German agent, that he was a member of a deviant sect who practiced ritual orgies. Most of these stories were false, or at best wildly exaggerated, but they were believed, and they damaged the regime in ways that were difficult to repair. Nicholas tried on several occasions to send Rasputin away, to exile him to Siberia, to ban him from the capital. And each time, some new crisis with Alexei brought the question of his presence back to the forefront, and Alexandra's insistence that he must stay prevailed. This dynamic had consequences far beyond the private life of the family, and whose consequences became acute after 1914, when World War I began in August of that year. Russia entered the conflict as an ally of France and Britain against Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire. It placed on Nicholas the additional burden of serving as commander-in-chief of an army fighting a modern industrial war with an infrastructure and a supply chain that was not equal to the demand. In September 1915, Nicholas made the fateful decision to take personal command of the military, moving his headquarters to the front. This decision was almost universally condemned by his ministers. Its military logic was questionable. Its political consequences were severe. By taking personal command, Nicholas personally owned every defeat, and there were many defeats. With Nicholas away at military headquarters, Alexandra increasingly managed the day-to-day business of government in Petrograd. She wrote to Nicholas daily. She passed along Rasputin's opinions on personnel decisions. She pushed ministers she considered insufficiently loyal. In the 2 years between Nicholas's departure for the front in September 1915 and the February Revolution of March 1917, Russia went through 4 different prime ministers and 5 different ministers of the interior. The appointments were widely understood to reflect Rasputin's influence through Alexandra, an influence that, whether or not it was as total as rumor suggested, was real enough that it was destabilizing the administration at the precise moment when stability was most desperately needed. By late 1916, Rasputin had been a fixture of the imperial household for a decade. The country was in its 3rd year of a catastrophic war. Food shortages in the cities were becoming acute. The political atmosphere was tightly wound, and among a specific group of men, aristocrat, members of the extended Romanov family, political figures who had concluded that Rasputin was destroying the dynasty, a plan was forming. The men who killed Rasputin in December 1916 were at the center of the conspiracy. Prince Felix Yusupov and Grand Duke Dmitry Pavlovich. Felix Yusupov was the heir to the Yusupov's fortune, which was the largest private fortune in Russia, larger by some accounts than the Tsar's own. He was also, by his own later admission, bisexual, flamboyant, and possessed of a theatrical instinct that would shape not only the manner of Rasputin's death, but his account of it afterward. He had a personal connection to Rasputin. He had visited him seeking treatment for his own psychological difficulties and had been profoundly unsettled by the encounter, convinced afterward that Rasputin had tried to exert some kind of hypnotic or occult control over him. Dmitry Pavlovich was 25 years old in 1916, a first cousin of Nicholas, and a man whose reckless personal life and political opinions had made him, in different ways, both an insider and an outsider at court. The conspiracy also included Vladimir Purishkevich, a right-wing politician, and a small number of others. Their stated motive, and it seemed to have been their genuine motive, at least in part, was that Rasputin was destroying the Russian monarchy, and that removing him would save it. They were not revolutionaries. They were monarchists who believed the monarch was being corrupted. The killing took place on the night of December 16 through 17, 1916, at the Yusupov Palace on the Moika River in Petrograd. Rasputin was invited on the pretext that Yusupov's wife Irina, a niece of the Tsar, one of the most beautiful women in Petersburg, and someone Rasputin was apparently eager to meet, would be there to receive him. In fact, Irina was in Crimea and was not involved in the plot at all. Yusupov was using her name as bait. What followed is one of the most embellished accounts in modern Russian history. According to the accounts given by the killers, primarily Yusupov, who told the story many times over subsequent decades and elaborated it differently with each telling, Rasputin was brought to the palace basement and served wine and pastries laced with enough potassium cyanide to kill several men. Rasputin drank and ate. Nothing happened. The conspirators waited upstairs, increasingly alarmed. Still nothing. Yusupov went back downstairs and shot Rasputin at close range. Rasputin fell. Yusupov went upstairs to report the death. He came back down and Rasputin, according to the story, suddenly lurched upright and grabbed him by the throat. Yusupov fled screaming. The other conspirators came running. They shot Rasputin several more times. They beat him. They wrapped the body and threw it off a bridge into the frozen Neva River. He was still alive when he hit the water, according to the most dramatic version. The autopsy in Yusupov's telling found water in the lungs, meaning Rasputin had drowned. The actual forensic evidence is considerably less dramatic. The autopsy conducted at the time found 3 gunshot wounds, 1 to the back, 1 to the chest or stomach, and 1 to the forehead, which was the killing shot. There was no reliable evidence of drowning. The cyanide story almost certainly reflects fabrication or confusion. The quantity Yusupov claimed to have used would have been lethal very quickly, and sugar in the food does not, contrary to later elaboration, neutralize cyanide. The raised hands positions of the recovered body, cited as evidence that Rasputin was alive in the water and trying to break through the ice, is consistent with normal cadaveric positioning in cold water, and proves nothing. What the myth served was multiple purposes simultaneously. For Yusupov, it was self-justifying narrative. They had to kill him so many times because he simply would not die, implying divine or diabolical forces at work, which made their private murder feel cosmically ordained rather than merely criminal. For the popular imagination, if it fed the pre-existing sense of Rasputin as something beyond human, a figure halfway between a saint and a demon, and for historical understanding, it obscures a simpler truth. A powerful man with dangerous enemies was lured to a basement and shot. He died the way people who are shot die. The murder removed Rasputin but solved nothing. The regime, by December 1916, fatally weakened by 30 months of catastrophic military losses. Russia had suffered somewhere between 1 and 2 million dead, with millions more wounded or captured. By food shortages in the cities, by the near collapse of the railway system under wartime strain, and by a political atmosphere that had curdled from discontent into something approaching despair. If anything, the murder of Rasputin accelerated the collapse by demonstrating that even figures from the innermost circle of the dynasty, a first cousin of the tsar, the heir to the greatest private fortune in Russia, believed the situation was desperate enough to require private violence. In retrospect, it was one of the last acts of the old order trying to save itself, and it failed. Part 3. Revolution, Captivity, and the Road to Yekaterinburg. The February Revolution. The revolution that ended the Romanov dynasty came in 2 waves, in 2 different months, led by 2 different groups, and produced a situation so unstable that it could only end in violence. The first wave, the February Revolution of 1917, so called because it occurred in February by the Julian calendar still in use in Russia, though it was in March by the Gregorian calendar used in the West, was not primarily a Bolshevik revolution. It was a popular uprising driven by hunger, exhaustion, and rage. The city of Petrograd, St. Petersburg, which had been renamed to sound less German at the outbreak of World War I, had been experiencing bread shortages throughout the winter. Women who worked in textile factories began striking on International Women's Day, February 23rd by the Russian calendar. The strike spread rapidly across the city. Soldiers who were sent to disperse the crowds instead began joining them. By the end of the week, the Tsar's authority in the capital had effectively collapsed. Nicholas was at military headquarters when the revolution began. The messages he received from the capital were slow and incomplete. When he finally understood the scale of what was happening, he attempted to return to Petrograd by train, but was turned back. His generals, in a fateful series of telegrams, informed him that they could not suppress the uprising with the troops available, and, reading between the lines, that they did not intend to try. On March 2, 1917, Nicholas II abdicated the throne. He abdicated not only for himself, but also for his son Alexei, citing the boy's illness as his reason. He could not bear to send his hemophiliac child into the brutal exposure of royal life without a parent's protection. The throne passed briefly to his brother, Grand Duke Michael, who declined it within hours. After 304 years, the Romanov dynasty had ended. What replaced it was the provisional government, a temporary administration composed largely of liberals and moderate socialists, led initially by Prince Georgy Lvov and later by Alexander Kerensky. The provisional government made the fateful decision to continue Russia's participation in World War I, partly for reasons of international obligation and partly because many of its leaders believed that military victory was necessary to establish the legitimacy of the new government. This decision was deeply unpopular. The war had already killed perhaps 2 million Russian soldiers. The country did not want to keep fighting. The Bolsheviks and the Second Revolution. Into this volatile situation stepped Vladimir Ilyich Romanov, known by his revolutionary name Lenin. Lenin had been in exile in Switzerland when the February Revolution began. The German government, recognizing that a revolutionary Russia would likely exit the war, arranged for Lenin and 31 other Bolshevik leaders to travel home in what became famous as the sealed train, a diplomatic fiction that allowed them to pass through Germany without technically being in contact with German citizens. Lenin arrived at Petrograd's Finland station in April 1917 to a tumultuous reception and immediately began organizing. The Bolsheviks were a faction of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, the majority faction, despite the fact that they were not consistently a majority in any meaningful electoral sense. The name Bolshevik comes from the Russian word for majority. Lenin's party believed in professional revolutionary organization, the seizure of power by a disciplined vanguard rather than in the slow accumulation of democratic votes, and in the immediate end of the war. These positions resonated. Through the summer and early autumn of 1917, Bolshevik support grew dramatically, particularly among soldiers, factory workers, and the urban poor. The October Revolution, again November by the Western calendar, was in many ways less dramatic than what happened in February. The Bolsheviks simply seized the key institutions of the capital. They took the telegraph office, the railway office, the bridges. They surrounded the Winter Palace and eventually arrested the provisional government ministers inside. Kerensky fled. The Bolsheviks declared themselves in power. The response from the country was not unanimous support. Civil war broke out almost immediately between the Bolsheviks, the Reds, and a loose coalition of czarists, officers, liberals, social revolutionaries, foreign interventionists, and various nationalist movements, the Whites. But the new government held and fought. The family under arrest. Nicholas abdicated on March 2, 1917. The provisional government, initially uncertain what to do with him, placed him and his family under house arrest at the Alexander Palace in Tsarskoye Selo, about 15 miles south of Petrograd. They remained there through the spring and summer of 1917. The family appears to have adjusted to captivity with something approaching equanimity. They gardened, they read, the children continued their lessons. Nicholas chopped wood as a form of exercise. The Romanovs as a family were at this point deeply private people, accustomed to retreating from the world, and the enforced seclusion was in some ways not entirely unlike their chosen mode of life. In August 1917, the provisional government, growing concerned about proximity to the capital and about the possibility of Bolshevik mobs, transferred this family to Tobolsk, a quiet provincial city in western Siberia. The decision was made partly with the idea that Tobolsk was remote enough to be safe, and partly with vague notions that the family might eventually be sent abroad. Britain had initially agreed to provide asylum. King George V was Nicholas's first cousin. The resemblance between the two men, striking enough that photographs of them together look almost like photographs of the same person. But the British government, nervous about public opinion and about the effect of sheltering a deposed autocrat on the stability of its own alliance relationship, quietly withdrew the offer. This withdrawal is a historical episode that has been much debated, and it haunted George V for the rest of his life. The king's private secretary, Lord Stanfordham, played a significant role in the reversal, writing memoranda that expressed concern about the political optics of offering asylum to the Tsar and Tsarista, in their perceived unpopularity with British labor and progressive opinion. Whether a firmer royal will could have overridden these political calculations is a question that historians have argued without resolution. What is not in question is that the withdrawal of the asylum offer was one of the consequential decisions of the entire crisis, one of the moments where a different choice might have changed everything. The family lived in Tobolsk through the autumn and winter of 1917 through 1918. It was not comfortable, but it was not brutal either. They had reasonable space. Their attendants were mostly loyal, and the outside world had not yet closed entirely around them. The girls occupied themselves with amateur theatricals, needlework, lessons, and the care of their brother during this episode. Nicholas read aloud to the family in the evenings. The Romanovs were in captivity, a genuinely close-knit family whose relationships with one another were warm and sustaining in a way that their public persona had rarely revealed. The letters and diary entries from Tobolsk have a quality of determined ordinariness. They describe meals, weather, what books they were reading. That is either a remarkable psychological adaptation or a form of deliberate denial, or perhaps both. What they did not know, what they almost certainly never knew, was that by the summer of 1918, their fates had already been decided. In April 1918, the Bolshevik leadership transferred custody of the family to the Ural Soviet, the local Bolshevik government in Yekaterinburg. The family was moved to Yekaterinburg in late April and early May, traveling in stages. They were installed in a house belonging to a local merchant named Nikolai Ipatiev. The Bolsheviks called it, with a grim bureaucratic plainness, the House of Special Purpose. The House of Special Purpose. The Ipatiev House was a two-story building in Volzhinsky Prospect in Yekaterinburg, a city in the Ural Mountains, roughly 1,000 miles east of Moscow. It had been hastily prepared as a prison. The windows were whitewashed so that those inside could not see out, and those outside could not see in. A wooden palisade was built around it. Guards were posted inside and out. The family occupied the upper floor. The guards occupied the lower. The conditions deteriorated progressively. The guards were initially relatively civil. Some were even sympathetic, but as weeks passed and as the political situation intensified around them, the atmosphere turned colder and more hostile. The family was subjected to petty humiliations. Guards would burst into the daughters' rooms unannounced. Their food was reduced. They were forbidden to close the bathroom doors when they used it. Nicholas recorded in his diary a growing sense of constriction. He remained outwardly calm in a way that, reading his words now, feels either heroic or entirely disconnected from reality. The family in the House of Special Purpose consisted of Nicholas, 49, Alexandra, 46, their four daughters, Olga, 22, Tatiana, 21, Marie, 19, and Anastasia, 17, and their son Alexei, 13. With them were a small group of remaining loyal retainers, Dr. Yevgeny Botkin, who had served as the family physician and refused to abandon them, Anna Demidova, Alexandra's maid, Ivan Karantonov, the cook, and Alexei Trupp, the footman. The daughters were known within the family by the acronym OTMA from their names, and they had by all accounts remained remarkably close through their imprisonment. They shared rooms, they helped nurse Alexei during his episodes of bleeding, they copied Bible passages and organized small theatrical entertainments for themselves and their attendants. The Bolsheviks, now firmly in power, were increasingly focused on the problem of what to do with the former czar. A public trial was seriously considered. Lenin himself appears to have imagined something along the lines of the trial of Charles I of England, the steward king whom Parliament had beheaded in 1649, with himself in the role of prosecutor, using the spectacle to educate the Russian masses about the crimes of Tsarism and to legitimize the new order through the machinery of revolutionary justice. Leon Trotsky, who by 1918 was one of the 2 or 3 most powerful figures in the Bolshevik leadership, having served as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, and now as founder and commander of the new Red Army, shared this enthusiasm and later wrote that he had proposed exactly such a trial. But the Civil War made a public proceeding logistically dangerous. The whites were advancing across multiple fronts. Transportation was unreliable. There were persistent concerns that a prolonged trial would give counter-revolutionary forces time to organize a rescue or to mobilize more broadly around a living czar in the dock. The idea was repeatedly deferred and ultimately abandoned. Part 4. The night of July 16 through 17, 1918. The decision to kill. The command to execute the Romanov family was issued from Moscow. The precise chain of authorization has been disputed by historians for decades, largely because the Bolsheviks themselves were not eager to produce documentation, and the documents that did survive were scattered, suppressed, and in some cases deliberately destroyed. The weight of historical evidence now suggests that the decision came from Lenin and Yakov Sverdlov, the head of the Soviet executive body, though Lenin's personal culpability is still sometimes contested. The immediate executors were the Ural Soviets, led by Alexander Beloborodov, and the specific organizer was Yakov Yursky, a Bolshevik official who had been assigned as the new commandant of the Ipatiev House in early July. The Russian Civil War was not a clean two-sided conflict. It was a catastrophic tangle of armies, factions, and interests. The Reds, the Bolsheviks, and their allies against the Whites, a coalition that included former Tsarist officers, liberal politicians, SR militants, Cossack forces, and foreign interventionists. Britain, France, and the United States, Japan, and other countries had sent troops and material support to the Whites, partly out of alarm at the Bolshevik takeover, partly to keep Russia in the war against Germany, and partly out of a more nakedly imperial interest in the chaos. By the summer of 1918, the Bolsheviks controlled Moscow and Petrograd, and a corridor of territory between them, but they were under pressure on almost every other front. The specific military crisis that triggered the execution decision was the advance of the Czechoslovak Legion. This requires a brief digression because the Czechoslovak Legion is one of the stronger formations in military history. These were Czechs and Slovak soldiers, subjects of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, who had either surrendered to Russia during the war or defected, and who had been organized into a fighting force to combat the Central Powers on the Eastern Front. After the revolution and the signing of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, the Legion was no longer needed in Russia and had negotiated permission to leave by traveling east along the Trans-Siberian Railway to Vladivostok, from which they would sail to France and continue fighting on the Western Front. They were, in the summer of 1918, strung out in a long column along the railway from the Urals to the Pacific, and they were very, very well armed. A series of incidents and misunderstandings in May 1918, including a confrontation between Legion soldiers and Hungarian prisoners of war on a railway platform, followed by a Bolshevik attempt to disarm the Legion, escalated into open conflict. The Legion seized control of large sections of the Trans-Siberian Railway, including several significant cities. By July, they were approaching Yekaterinburg from the east. They were not specifically trying to rescue the Romanovs. Their goal was to reach Vladivostok, but a white army formation fighting alongside them absolutely had the rescue of the imperial family as a potential objective, and the Bolsheviks in Yekaterinburg knew it. This is the immediate military context. But why kill all of them? Why not just Nicholas? The answer requires understanding the Bolshevik theory of the situation with some precision. The Bolsheviks' fear was not primarily about adult Nicholas, who had abdicated, who had no army, and who had been a prisoner for a year and a half. Their fear was about the symbol, the institution of the Romanov dynasty itself, and about what a living member of that dynasty could become in the hands of the whites. And Alexei Romanov, even a 13-year-old hemophiliac, was the legitimate heir to the Russian throne under the succession laws that still existed in the minds of the white movement and of Russian monarchists everywhere in the world. A living Tsarevich was a banner, a cause, a focus for counter-revolutionary legitimacy. The whites were fighting, at least partly, under the banner of restoring a legitimate Russia. And a legitimate Russia meant to many of them a Russia with a tsar at its head. Alexandra, meanwhile, was not politically neutral either. She was the former regent, in fact, the woman who had managed state correspondence during Nicholas's absences, the figure most associated with Rasputin and therefore most useful to Bolshevik propaganda as a symbol of corrupt, autocratic rule. But alive, she was a widow and a mother with enormous potential sympathy. In Europe, where the press was still covering Russia closely, a living Alexandra could have become a humanitarian cause, a rallying point for monarchist sentiment, an embarrassment to the Bolsheviks in ways that a dead Nicholas alone could not. The daughters, individually, presented similar problems. Each one was a potential bride for a European prince, a potential basis for a dynastic claim, a potential symbol. Grand Duchess Olga, at 22, was of marriageable age. Marriage into a European royal family would have immediately elevated any surviving daughter to a position of international significance. Tatiana, at 21, was the same. Even the younger daughters represented futures in which the Romanovs could reconstitute itself around them. And there was a deeper Bolshevik logic at work, one that Lenin articulated in other contexts. Half measures in revolution are fatal. The French Revolution had taught this lesson. The escape of Louis XVI had nearly undone everything, and the monarchy had eventually returned after Napoleon's fall. The Bolsheviks were students of that revolution. They knew what incomplete elimination of a royal house looked like, and they were not going to repeat the mistake. If Nicholas died and the family lived, the family was a problem. If the children died and Alexandra lived, Alexandra was a problem. The only way to permanently foreclose the Romanov question, the only way to ensure that no white army commander, no foreign power, no monarchist pretender could ever produce a living Romanov and use that person as a flag, was to kill all of them. There was also a more immediate tactical consideration. The Apadyev house was defended by a relatively small guard force. If the whites broke through to Yekaterinburg quickly, a rescue was genuinely possible. The family together was a significant logistical problem. 11 people, several of them ill or fragile, requiring substantial organization to move and protect. The longer they waited, the more the military situation deteriorated, and the more dangerous a rescue attempt became likely. Speed and completeness served the Bolshevik interest. Yakov Yurovsky was a 40-year-old Bolshevik official born to a Jewish family in Siberia, trained as a watchmaker before the revolution, and by 1918, a senior figure in the Ural Cheka, the regional arm of the secret police. In early July 1918, Yurovsky had been appointed the new commandant of the Ipatiev house, replacing an earlier commander the central leadership considered insufficiently reliable. He was methodical, ideologically committed, and, as his own later memoir makes clear, capable of approaching what he was asked to do in a spirit of administrative duty rather than personal cruelty. He was not a sadist. He was something the 20th century would produce in large quantities, a bureaucrat of violence. Yurovsky received the order sometime in the days before July 16th. He spent those days planning the logistics with the same careful, practical attention he brought to everything. He assembled a team of approximately 11 executioners, including both Bolshevik officials and some Latvian guards whose non-Russian identity was presumably thought to insulate them from any squeamishness about killing of the Tsar of Russia. He arranged 4 vehicles and for a disposal site. He acquired sufficient ammunition. He also significantly made arrangements in advance for sulfuric acid and other materials to disfigure and destroy the bodies afterward, which tells us that the plan to conceal the execution was built in from the beginning, not improvised after the fact. The basement. Around midnight, the family was awakened and told to dress. They were told that there had been disturbances in the city and that they needed to be moved to a safer location in the house, the basement. They woke their attendants. They came downstairs. The basement room into which they were led was approximately 17 by 14 feet. Yurovsky, according to his own accounts written years later, asked Alexandra if she wanted chairs, and chairs were brought, one for her, one for Nicholas, one for Alexei, who was ill. The others stood. The room had striped wallpaper. There was a single electric light. Yurovsky then read from a piece of paper, the execution order or something approximating one. The exact words used are disputed by different sources. Nicholas apparently said, "What?" or asked for the order to be read again. Yurovsky raised his weapon. What followed was a massacre that descended almost immediately into chaos. The 11 people in the room were shot by approximately 11 executioners simultaneously. But the daughters, it became rapidly apparent, were not dying. The jewels they had sewn into their corsets as a kind of portable treasury, diamonds, pearls, other stones, were acting as improvised body armor, deflecting or stopping bullets. The daughters staggered, were knocked down but remained alive. Alexei, shot multiple times, was not immediately dead. The room filled with smoke. The executioners moved in with bayonets. It took, depending on whose account you read, between 15 and 20 minutes to kill everyone in the room. The chaos of these 15 to 20 minutes has been reconstructed in painful detail from multiple sources. Yurovsky's own account, the testimony of surviving guards, the forensic analysis of the exhumed remains, and the condition of the basement room as documented by the White Army investigators who arrived a week later. The walls of the room were pockmarked with bullet holes. There were bayonet marks on the floor and lower walls. The overall picture is one of a killing that went wrong from the start and took far longer than the executioners had planned, in a space far too small for 11 victims and 11 executioners, with weapons not well suited to the task in an enclosed room. The gems sewn into the daughters' clothing, totaling when later recovered and catalogued, an extraordinary quantity of diamonds and other precious stones, had been prepared by the family as a form of emergency portable wealth. Alexandra had directed the sewing herself over the months of their captivity, apparently with some hope that they might eventually be freed or might need to flee. The irony is complete. The precaution against poverty became the mechanism that prolonged their deaths. Yurovsky's account of the night, written in 1920 and revised at least twice before his death, is the primary documentary source for what happened, and is hauntingly precise because of its bureaucratic matter-of-factness. He describes the difficulty of the killings with something between frustration and clinical observation. He notes that the bodies had to be stripped and searched before burial, and records his surprise and then understanding at the jewels. He writes that the blood had to be mopped from the basement floors. The individual fates of the people in that room, as reconstructed by forensic analysis, are worth noting in their specificity. Nicholas, according to the analysis of the remains and the accounts of the executioners, was killed by shots to the head and chest. Alexandra similarly. Botkin, the physician, died from a gunshot to the knee that severed an artery, followed by a shot to the head. Alexei, as Yurkovsky noted, was not immediately dead even after being shot multiple times, a reflection of how small caliber weapons behaved in that crowded and smoke-filled space. And Yurkovsky himself fired the final shots that killed the boy. The daughters died last. The bodies were wrapped in sheets and loaded onto a truck. Yurkovsky spent the rest of that night and the following days attempting to dispose of them, in an effort that, like the killing itself, was marked by improvisation and partial failure, and that would not be fully understood for decades. The attempt to hide the evidence. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, the convoy set out. What followed was a 2-day improvisation that would have been farcical if it were not so grim, and that directly shaped the mystery that followed. The original plan was to throw the bodies down a mine shaft, the Four Brothers Mine, about 13 miles from Yekaterinburg. The site had been selected in advance. The bodies were transported there on the night of July 17th. The mine shaft, however, was not deep enough, and the first attempt to collapse it with grenades failed. When the bodies were lowered in and the grenades thrown, the shaft did not fill adequately, and the bodies were not concealed. Yurovsky, examining the situation in early morning light, concluded that the site was unacceptable. This was the beginning of the confusion that Sokolov would later excavate and that would feed decades of speculation. The disposal party stripped the bodies, searching for and recovering the jewels sewn into their daughters' corsets, a process Yurovsky describes in his account with characteristic matter-of-factness. The jewels were significant: diamonds, pearls, sapphires, and other stones sewn into specially constructed panels in the garments. Alexandra had apparently organized this carefully over the months of their captivity, distributing the stones among the girls' clothing so that they would have portable wealth in any emergency. There was considerable value recovered. Some of the bodies were burned partially before the operation was abandoned. Yurovsky spent the daylight hours of July 18th reorganizing. He needed a new site, new equipment, and more time. He requisitioned additional supplies, more sulfuric acid, wooden railway sleepers for fuel, more vehicles. He planned to move the bodies in total darkness to avoid any possibility of observation. The convoy set out again on the night of July 18th through 19th. The truck carrying the bodies, loaded under wooden planks in the truck bed, became stuck in the mud on a dirt road through the forest near a place called Provsinkov Log, or Pig's Meadow in rough translation. The road was soft from recent rain. Despite the efforts of multiple men and vehicles, the truck could not be freed quickly. Yurovsky, calculating the time remaining before dawn and the impossibility of reaching the planned secondary site, made a decision. They would bury the bodies right there, in the road itself, under where the truck was stuck. The burial was hasty. They dug a pit approximately 6 feet deep, lined it with wooden planks from the truck bed, threw in 9 of the bodies with quantities of sulfuric acid poured over them, the acid being intended both to disfigure the faces beyond recognition and to accelerate decomposition, and covered the pit with more wooden planks. Then earth, then drove the truck back and forth over the site repeatedly to compress the ground and disguise the disturbed earth. 2 bodies, Alexei's and 1 daughter's, were separated from the others. Yurovsky's account gives several explanations for this at different points in his various tellings. The 2 were burned more extensively because they were at the top of the pile, and Yurovsky wanted to reduce the number of complete bodies that might be found. They were set aside because the acid supply ran out. They were separated deliberately to confuse any investigation that found the main burial site. Whatever the specific reason, the 2 were burned over a bonfire nearby, and what remained was buried in a separate shallow grave approximately 220 feet from the main pit. This secondary burial is what was found in 2007. The significance of this chaotic, improvised disposal cannot be overstated. It is the physical foundation of the entire mystery. The bodies were buried in a muddy road in 2 separate locations, under conditions of darkness and panic, in a way that Yurovsky himself acknowledged was not ideal, because they were not destroyed, because the acid and the fire were not sufficient to eliminate the remains. They lay in that forest for 73 years, preserving the DNA that would eventually close the case. But because the burial was so well concealed, and because the Soviet government had every reason to keep the location secret, those 73 years were long enough to generate an entire mythology of survival. The disposal team covered their tracks as best they could and returned to Yekaterinburg. Yurovsky sent a telegram to Moscow confirming that the family had been liquidated. Within days, the Whites were in the city. Within weeks, Sokolov was in the forest looking for evidence and finding it at Ganina Yama, the wrong location. The puzzle was complete and the mystery had begun. Part 5. The Long Silence and the First Rumors. What the world was told. On July 18, 1918, the Ural Soviets announced that Nicholas II had been shot. The statement was brief, calm, and framed as military necessity. The approach of enemy forces had made it impossible to safely transfer the former Tsar, and therefore the Ural Soviets had ordered this execution. The announcement was presented to the Central Soviet government in Moscow as the fait accompli, and Lenin and Sverdlov ratified it in front of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee that same day. Sverdlov delivered the news with notable equanimity. The committee expressed its approval. The announcement said nothing about the rest of the family, Alexandra and the children. The official statement implied had been sent to a safe location. The wording was deliberately vague, not an explicit claim that they were alive, but not a confirmation of their deaths either. This was not an accident. Why construct a lie this way? Why not simply announce that the entire family had been executed? The answer involves several overlapping calculations, and understanding them is essential to understanding why the mystery that followed was so durable. The first calculation was international. The Bolshevik government in July 1918 was not internationally recognized. It was at war with Allied-supported White forces. Germany, with whom it had signed Brest-Litovsk, was the closest thing it had to a diplomatic partner, and Germany had specifically inquired about the welfare of Alexandra and the children, Alexandra being, as noted, a German princess, and the Kaiser having family ties to the family. Announcing the murder of Alexandra and 4 young women and a 13-year-old boy simultaneously with Nicholas's execution would have been an international relations catastrophe. It would have handed the Allies a propaganda weapon of enormous force, given Germany a genuine grievance to press through diplomatic channels, and confirm the worst fears of every European government about what Bolshevik rule meant in practice. The staged announcement, Nicholas's execution and family safe, allowed the regime to absorb the international shock of the Tsar's execution while keeping the question of the family ambiguous enough to manage. The second calculation was domestic. Russia in 1918 was a country with an overwhelmingly Orthodox Christian culture, in which the Tsar had held a quasi-sacred status for centuries. He was, in the popular religious imagination, the Little Father, the protector of the faithful, the earthly embodiment of a divine order. The Bolsheviks were trying to dismantle that religious and political framework while simultaneously fighting a civil war for survival. The execution of Nicholas could be justified in Bolshevik terms as revolutionary justice, the same logic that had put Louis XVI under the blade. But the simultaneous massacre of women and children could not be as easily rationalized in those terms, and the Bolsheviks knew it. Whatever their ideology, they understood public opinion well enough to know that images of murdered daughters and a murdered boy could mobilize sentiment against them in ways that the death of a deposed autocrat could not. The third calculation was strategic ambiguity. Keeping the status of the family uncertain gave the Bolsheviks flexibility. If they needed to produce a living Alexandra or a living daughter for diplomatic purposes, the lie allowed them to, theoretically, introduce such a person without contradiction. If they needed to confirm deaths, they could do that too, on their own timetable. Ambiguity was a resource, and they spent it carefully. What they did not anticipate, or perhaps simply did not care about, was that the ambiguity they created would persist for 70 years and generate one of the most sustained historical mysteries of the 20th century. The gap between Nicholas is dead and the family is safe was the crack into which Anna Anderson, Michael Golanitsky, Evgenia Smith, and 30 other claimants inserted themselves. It was the space in which Summers and Mangold built their book, in which the immigrant community sustained its hope, in which popular culture kept returning again and again to the romantic possibility of a survivor. The Bolsheviks built the mystery, whether they intended to or not. The White Army investigation and the Sokolov report. The Whites captured Yekaterinburg on July 25, 1918, 8 days after the execution. What they found at the Apativ house was a scene of controlled violence. The basement room had been washed down but not successfully cleaned, with bullet holes in the walls, bayonet marks in the floor, and the traces of blood in the wood and plaster. Personal effects, clothings, icons, small objects were scattered through the house. The whitewashed windows had been repainted. Everything suggested rapid departure or rapid concealment. The initial White investigation was conducted by a series of investigators with varying levels of competence and access. The most thorough and consequential of these was Nicholas Sokolov, a trained jurist who was appointed to lead the official inquiry by Admiral Kolchak, the White commander-in-chief, in early 1919. Sokolov was meticulous, determined, and ultimately tragic. He spent the rest of his life pursuing the investigation and died in France in 1924, before the full picture had emerged, his findings incomplete precisely because the main burial site had not been found. Sokolov's methodology was impressive for its time. He examined the house in forensic detail, measuring, photographing, Cataloging. He interviewed witnesses, guards who had fled, local residents, anyone who had been near the house in the relevant period. He traced the movements of the disposal party to Ganina Yama, where he conducted an excavation of the mine site. At the mine, he found a significant quantity of physical evidence, fragments of burned bone, buttons, personal effects belonging to family members, pieces of clothing, a fragment of a finger, some gem-set objects. He also found a collection of items that had clearly been sorted through and had valuables removed, the acid and fire that had not destroyed everything. What Sokolov did not find was intact bodies. This was the crucial gap. He correctly concluded that the entire family had been killed. His report says so explicitly. But because he had only burned fragments and not complete identifiable remains, his conclusion rested on inference rather than physical demonstration. For the purposes of a jurist trying to prove a crime beyond a reasonable doubt, this was a limitation. For the purposes of a mystery that would persist for decades, it was everything. Sokolov also missed the main burial site entirely because Yurkovsky's team had buried the bodies not at Ganina Yama, but at Porosinkov Log, a different location miles away. The materials at Ganina Yama were the detritus of the first disposal attempt, not the actual remains. Sokolov knew that the mine was not the final resting place. His own evidence showed that the bodies had been moved, but he never found where they went. He was working from fragments and testimony, and the testimony was incomplete because the people who knew the full story were either dead or in Bolshevik custody. Sokolov's book, published in French in 1924, the year of his death, became the foundational text of Romanov studies for the next 50 years. It was translated, excerpted, argued over, and built upon by every subsequent investigator. Its central conclusion, that all 11 people in the house were killed, that the bodies were destroyed at Ganina Yama, was partly right. They were killed and partly wrong. The bodies were not destroyed at Ganina Yama, though some evidence was. The partial wrongness of Sokolov's conclusion about the disposal site was the fuel that kept the mystery burning, because if the bodies had not been destroyed, then perhaps some of those bodies were still living people. The Soviet silence and what it maintained. Between 1918 and 1991, 73 years, the Soviet government maintained a public position on the Romanov killings that was carefully calibrated to confirm enough to satisfy domestic revolutionary mythology, while confirming as little as possible to the outside world. The execution of Nicholas was acknowledged and indeed celebrated. Soviet encyclopedias refer to it as just revolutionary act. The fates of Alexandra and the children were addressed inconsistently in different publications at different times, with some Soviet sources acknowledging their deaths and others maintaining deliberate vagueness. No Soviet government ever produced the bodies or the burial site. No Soviet officials ever gave a complete documentable account of what had happened. The Yurovsky memoir, the most detailed primary source, existed in the Soviet archives, but was not published in full. When fragments of it appeared in Soviet publications in the 1930s, they were edited and incomplete. The full text was not made available to researchers until the archival openings of the late Soviet period. This silence was maintained through changes of leadership, changes of policy, changes of everything except the wall around the central fact of the burial site. Stalin knew where the bodies were. The information was in party archive. Khrushchev presumably knew. Brezhnev ordered the Ipatiev house demolished rather than risk it becoming a pilgrimage site. Through all of this, The official position was essentially, the tsar was justly executed. What became of the others is not a matter of current interest. That position maintained for 7 decades, guaranteed that the mystery would outlast the regime that had created it. Part 6. Anna Anderson and the Anastasia Question. In February 1920, a young woman was pulled from the Landwehr Canal in Berlin. She had jumped or fallen in the middle of the night. She was taken to a hospital where the first mystery became apparent. She had no identification, refused to give her name, and showed signs of significant prior trauma. Her body carried old scars consistent with bullet wounds or bayonet wounds, or both. She was transferred to the Waldorf Asylum, a psychiatric institution in Berlin, where she remained for approximately 2 years, refusing to speak about her past, declining to identify herself, and existing in a kind of suspended state that the staff found professionally baffling. It was a fellow patient who first suggested the possibility. The woman had acquired a magazine containing photographs of the Romanov family, and another patient noticed her studying the photographs with unusual intensity and pointed this out to the staff. Gradually, through oblique conversations and small revelations, the woman began to let a story be known. She was Anastasia Romanova. She had survived Yekaterinburg. She had been saved by one of the guards, a man named Tchaikovsky, who had hidden her and eventually married her. She had given birth to a child who had been taken from her. She had made her way west to Berlin, where a brother of Tchaikovsky had abandoned her. The story was internally detailed in some ways and vague in others. The vagueness was, in retrospect, a feature rather than a bug. It was resistant to specific disproof. The detail in the specific areas where it appeared was what made serious people take the claim seriously. The first important figure to investigate the claim was a Danish diplomat named Herlov Zeil, who had been the Danish minister in Petrograd during the war and who had connections to the Russian royal family. Denmark's royal house being closely tied to Russia's through Nicholas's mother, the Dowager Empress Maria Feodorovna, who was a Danish princess by birth. Zeil visited the woman in Waldorf Asylum and came away genuinely uncertain. He contacted the Dowager Empress in Denmark. He interviewed her, observed her, and began the process of gathering testimony from people who had known Anastasia. What followed over the next several decades was the most sustained identity investigation in modern history. The woman was eventually released from Waldorf and lived in a succession of households, taken in by immigrant Russian families, by supporters, by curious aristocrats across Germany and eventually the United States. Her behavior during this period was erratic, in ways that were consistent either with trauma-induced psychological damage or with the stress of maintaining a deception. She was alternately charming and wildly temperamental, capable of moments of what seemed like genuine connection and then of explosive irrational anger. The recognition episodes were numerous and were for her supporters the most compelling evidence. Tatiana Melnik-Botkin, the daughter of Dr. Yevgeny Botkin, the physician who had stayed with the family and died in the basement, visited her and initially declared her genuine, later retreating to a more ambiguous position. Various former members of the Russian court visited and returned different verdicts. A tutor who had taught the royal children said her manner of speaking Russian was consistent with Anastasia's. The personal aide-de-camp of the tsar said she was not Anastasia at all. Grand Duke Ernst Ludwig of Hesse, Alexandra's brother, emphatically denied her claim, and later investigations suggested he had specific reasons to suppress the story. He had allegedly made a secret trip to Russia during World War I to discuss a separate peace, a trip that was diplomatically and personally catastrophic for him to have acknowledged, and which the woman claiming to be Anastasia appeared to know about. If the woman was making up a story, how did she know about this secret trip? The episode was not in any public record. Her apparent knowledge of it was one of the details that made even skeptical researchers hesitate. Ernst Ludwig's aggressive campaign to discredit her was read by her supporters as evidence that he feared what she knew. The case against her accumulated alongside the case for her. Doris van Ginder, whose family had housed a lodger in Berlin around 1920, came forward to say that the missing Franziska Szyndzowska, a Polish factory worker who had suffered a serious industrial accident, leaving her with significant scarring and who had subsequently disappeared, was the same woman. Investigators who compared the woman known as Anna Anderson to photographs of Franziska found resemblances. A handwriting expert compared her handwriting to Franziska's and reported similarities, and physical anthropologists who compared her hair morphology and facial bone structure to photographs of Anastasia reported significant discrepancies. The legal proceedings around her claim, primarily a long series of German court cases centered on the Romanov inheritance, dragged on from the 1930s through 1970s. German courts ultimately did not rule on whether she was or was not Anastasia. They ruled only that she had not proven her claim to the standard required for inheritance purposes. This procedural non-finding was read by her supporters as vindication. The courts hadn't ruled against her, and by her critics as defeat. The court hadn't ruled for her either. The central question, the identity, was left formally open. She spent her later years in the United States, living in increasing isolation and eccentricities. She married a history professor named John Monahan in 1968. He was devoted to her cause and provided her with both legal protection and a home, and died in Charlottesville, Virginia in 1984. She never retracted her claim. Whether she believed it at the end, or had believed it at any point, or had constructed it deliberately, remained, until the DNA testing, an open question. The DNA resolution. In 1991, when the Soviet Union was in its final convulsion, a remarkable thing happened. The burial site at Perenzikov Log was officially excavated, and remains were recovered. 9 sets of skeletal remains were found, not 11 as expected, but 9. Forensic analysis began. By 1994, DNA testing comparing the remains to living relatives, including Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, who was a maternal line descendant of Alexandra through his mother, and therefore carried the relevant mitochondrial DNA, confirmed that the remains were those of Nicholas, Alexandra, 3 of the daughters, Olga, Tatiana, and 1 other, either Marie or Anastasia, and 4 of their attendants. 2 individuals were missing from the first burial site, Alexei and 1 daughter. And here, crucially, was where Anna Anderson re-entered the picture. A tissue sample from her had been preserved in a hospital in Charlottesville after a surgery she underwent in 1979. Researchers obtained this sample and in 1994 performed mitochondrial DNA analysis on it. The result was unambiguous. The woman known as Anna Anderson was not a Romanov. Her DNA matched that of the Szynkowska family in Poland. She was Franziska Szyndzowska. The question of how she had known what she knew about court life, or why certain people had recognized her, remained unanswered. Most likely, it is a combination of the extensive public information available the very human tendency to see what one wants to see, and a genuine and deeply traumatized person who had constructed an identity with considerable internal consistency and emotional conviction, perhaps even, by the end, genuinely believing it herself. The missing daughter problem. But the DNA work in 1994 raised a new problem. 2 people were missing from the first burial site, Alexei and one of the daughters. But which daughter? The initial skeletal analysis suggested that 3 daughters were present and identified them as Olga, Tatiana, and Anastasia, implying that Marie was the missing one. Later reanalysis of the same remains suggested the opposite, that Olga, Tatiana, and Marie were present, and that Anastasia was missing. Different forensic teams reached different conclusions. This ambiguity fueled continued speculation. The rumor of a surviving Anastasia, given new oxygen by the DNA confirmation of everything else, persisted in popular culture and among some researchers well into the 2000s. In 2007, a second burial site was discovered approximately 220 feet from the first, containing 2 sets of remains that had been partially burned, consistent with Yurovsky's account of separating and partially cremating 2 bodies. Analysis of these remains, completed and published in 2007 and 2008, confirmed that they belonged to a boy of approximately 12 to 15 years old and a young woman. DNA testing confirmed they were related to the other Romanov remains. The identifications matched Alexei and Marie. For the Russian Orthodox Church, which had canonized the Romanovs as martyrs in 2000, the authenticity of the 2007 remains has remained officially disputed. The Church declined to recognize them as genuine, citing questions about the investigative process. This position has more to do with the ecclesiastical politics and the sensitivity of the canonization than with the forensic evidence, which most scientists find convincing. For most historians and forensic scientists, the discovery of the 2007 remains closed the factual case. All 11 people who entered the basement on the night of July 16 through 17, 1918, died there or in the immediate aftermath. There were no survivors. Part 7. The Fringe and the Faithful. Why the mystery persists. Even with DNA confirmation of all 11 victims, the Romanov case retains a gravitational pull that no other royal murder in modern history quite matches. The first reason is structural ambiguity. For 73 years, there were no confirmed bodies. The Soviet government never officially announced the deaths of the women and children. When White Army investigators arrived at the Ipatiev house in July 1918, they found a heavily damaged basement, some personal effects, and traces of blood, but no bodies. The mine at Ganina Yama yielded bone fragments and burned remains, but nothing that could be definitively identified as complete human beings. This absence of physical confirmation was the crack through which everything else entered. A mystery built on an absence is almost impossible to close through argument alone, because absence cannot be disproved, only eventually filled. The second reason is the political usefulness of ambiguity. For the white movement during the Civil War, the possibility of living Romanovs was a military and propaganda asset. For the immigrant community afterward, surviving Romanovs meant the continuation of legitimacy, the possibility of return, the preservation of an identity that had lost its homeland. For the Soviet government, the refusal to confirm the complete deaths was not accidental. Ambiguity served them too, because definitively announcing the murder of children would have been a different kind of international problem than the execution of a deposed tsar. Each side, in its own way, had reason to keep the question open. The third reason is the specific geography of the mystery. A family of international significance killed in a basement in a provincial Ural city, their bodies hidden in a forest and treated with acid and fire. This is precisely the kind of story that resists closure. There is no grave to visit, no official memorial, no acknowledged death certificates. The normal mechanism by which death is confirmed and processed simply did not function here for most of the 20th century. Into that void, imagination moves. And finally, there is the particular poignancy of the daughters and the boy. 4 young women and a sick 13-year-old child are not the same kind of political symbol as an autocrat who ruled badly. They are simply people. The human instinct to wish them alive, to imagine an escape, to want the story to be different. That instinct is not conspiracy thinking. It is grief finding an alternative channel. The theories that followed were built on that grief, as much as on any evidence. The German rescue theory and its variants. The earliest and in some ways most historically grounded of the survival theories concerns the role of Germany. To understand it properly, you have to understand the political situation in the summer of 1918. Germany had signed the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk with the Bolsheviks in March 1918, ending Russians' participation in World War I. This was an enormous strategic victory for Germany, which could now transfer divisions from the Eastern Front to France. But the relationship between Germany and the Bolsheviks was strange and complicated. They were not allies in any conventional sense. The Bolsheviks despised German imperialism ideologically. The Germans found the Bolsheviks erratic and alarming, but they had a common interest in a Russia that was out of the war and internally preoccupied. Into this dynamic came the question of Alexandra and the children. Alexandra Fyodorovna, born Alex of Hesse-Darmstadt, was a German princess, a granddaughter of Queen Victoria through her mother, and a first cousin once removed of Kaiser Wilhelm II. The Kaiser's connection to the Romanov family was not merely symbolic. In the weeks before the execution, German diplomatic representatives in Moscow had made inquiries about the welfare of the imperial family. These inquiries are documented. The German Foreign Ministry sent at least 2 communications expressing concern. Some historians have argued these communications represent genuine diplomatic pressure. Others have read them as pro forma gestures with no real force behind them. The theory in its fullest form, advanced by various researchers over the decades, holds that Germany struck a secret deal with the Bolsheviks. The men, Nicholas and perhaps Alexei, would be executed to satisfy the revolutionary demand for accountability, while the women would be spirited to Germany through diplomatic channels to live out their lives under assumed identities. The evidence cited for this theory includes the documented German diplomatic inquiries, the fact that the Brest-Litovsk Treaty gave Germany unusual leverage over the Bolsheviks, the long-standing rumor in émigré circles that some of the women had been seen alive after July 1918, the chronology of Anna Anderson's appearance in Berlin in February 1920, 18 months after the supposed execution. The theory connects documented events, the German diplomatic inquiries, to a plausible geopolitical logic, and it does not require believing that the Bolsheviks were incompetent or sentimental. What it requires is believing that they were calculating enough to make a deal and secretively enough to keep it. What it runs into ultimately is the 1994 and 2007 DNA evidence, which confirms all 4 daughters and Alexei among the identified remains. The German rescue theory in any form cannot survive that confirmation if the evidence is taken at face value. Those who continue to advance the theory today therefore tend to also argue against the authenticity of the DNA findings themselves, a position that requires dismissing several independent forensic teams from Russia, the United Kingdom, and the United States, as well as the participation of Prince Philip, who had no conceivable motive to falsify results. The file on the Tsar and the Summers-Mangold thesis. In 1976, journalists Anthony Summers and Tom Mangold published a book that was, for its time, the most serious and carefully documented challenge to the official account of what happened in Yekaterinburg. The file on the Tsar was not a tabloid production. Summers was an experienced investigative journalist. The book drew on recently declassified Soviet and Western documents, on interviews with surviving witnesses and their descendants, and on a close reading of the contradictions in the existing accounts. Their central argument was that the official story, all 11 killed in the basement, did not match the documentary record as they read it. They pointed to several specific anomalies. The Sokolov investigation, they argued, had found evidence at Kanina Yama consistent with the disposal of perhaps 4 or 5 bodies, not 11. The official Soviet announcement of July 18, 1918, referred only to the execution of Nicholas, not the family. Various emigre witnesses claimed to have received credible information that the women had been taken somewhere else, and the behavior of the Bolshevik government in the months following the executions, their silence, their refusal to produce bodies, their conflicting accounts, suggested to Summers and Mangold that something other than a straightforward mass execution had taken place. Their alternative narrative held that Nicholas and Alexei were killed in the basement, but that Alexandra and the 4 daughters were transported westward, perhaps to the Perm region initially, perhaps eventually to Germany or beyond, as potential bargaining chips in the complex diplomatic negotiations of that period. The women in this account were not saved out of mercy, but out of calculation, as assets to be deployed if needed. The book was reviewed seriously and created genuine controversy in Romanov scholarship. It was not the work of cranks, and the question it raised about anomalies in the documentary records were in many cases real questions. The official account was genuinely inconsistent in ways that invited scrutiny. What the DNA evidence of 1994 and 2007 did to the Summers-Mangold thesis was comprehensive. The remains at Perensikov Log and the second burial site account for all 11 victims with genetic confirmation. The anomalies in the documentary record, which were real, turn out to reflect the chaos and improvisation of the disposal rather than a secret plan for the women. Yurovsky's own accounts, read carefully, explain many of the inconsistencies, but the file on the Tsar remains a significant document in the history of Romanov scholarship. It demonstrated that the official account had genuine gaps, even if the gaps did not mean what Summers and Mangold thought they meant. The Goloshakin question. This is perhaps the most academically serious of the contested theories, and it operates at a different level than the survival theories. It does not argue that anyone survived. It argues about who made the decision to kill them, and what that decision reveals about the nature of Bolshevik power. The traditional account, backed by the weight of the evidence, holds that the order to execute the family came from Moscow, specifically from Lenin and Yakov Sverdlov, who were the 2 most powerful figures in the Bolshevik government in mid-July 1918. Philip Goloshakin, the Ural Soviet's military commissar, had traveled to Moscow in early July 1918, had conversations with the central leadership, and returned to Yekaterinburg with authorization, or at least with the understanding that the central leadership would not object for the execution. The revisionist argument advanced most carefully by historian Mark Steinberg and others working with the open Soviet archives in the 1990s holds that the documentation is more ambiguous than the traditional account suggests. The telegram exchange between Yekaterinburg and Moscow in the days before the execution are consistent with Golashowskian reading, made the final decision on its own initiative, driven by the rapidly advancing white forces, and Moscow ratified it after the fact. Lenin's famous response upon hearing the news, said to be something to the effect of "very good," could be read as approval, but also as relief that a decision he had left pending had been taken out of his hands. Why does this matter? If the execution was a central leadership decision, it represents Bolshevik policy at the highest level, a deliberate political choice made in Moscow. If it was a regional initiative, it represents a different kind of event, a panicked decision by local officials under military pressure, which the central leadership then embraced. Neither version exculpates anyone, because in either case, the Bolshevik leadership celebrated the killings and made no effort to prosecute anyone involved. But the distinction matters for how we understand the nature of early Bolshevik governance, whether this was a centrally directed terror or a system in which local officials had murderous discretion. The current scholarly consensus, following the fullest examination of the Soviet archive material, leans toward Moscow having been more directly involved than the regional initiative theory allows. Historian Richard Pipes and others have argued that the documentary record, while incomplete, supports the traditional account. But the question is not entirely settled, and it continues to generate serious scholarly debate. The strange case of Michael Goleniecki. In December 1960, a Polish intelligence officer walked into the American embassy in West Berlin and defected. His name, he initially told his handlers, was Sniper, a code name for a source who had been feeding information to the CIA for 2 years through dead drops in Warsaw. When he revealed himself in person, he identified himself as Michał Goleniecki, a lieutenant colonel in Polish military intelligence who also worked as a counterintelligence officer for Soviet intelligence. He was by any measure an extraordinarily valuable defector. The information he had already provided had led to the identification of several significant Soviet spies in the West, including George Blake in Britain. He knew things that only someone with genuine high-level access could know. And then, once safely in America, he began to tell another story. He claimed that his real name was Alexei Nikolaevich Romanov. He had not, he said, died in a basement in Yekaterinburg in 1918. He had been rescued, along with his entire family, by German intelligence operatives who had substituted decoy bodies for the real family and spirited them into Germany. The family had subsequently been dispersed and given new identities. He had lived for decades under Soviet cover, first in Germany, then in Poland, rising through the intelligence apparatus. His family, including, he eventually claimed, his mother Alexandra, his father Nicholas, and his sisters, had all been living under assumed identities in various European countries. The claim was extraordinary in every dimension, but Goleniecki was not simply a random eccentric making a bid for attention. He was a man with demonstrably real intelligence connections, demonstrably real access to secrets, and a track record of providing accurate information. The CIA could not simply dismiss him, because dismissing him might cost them a valuable ongoing asset. And so, for several years, the agency occupied a deeply uncomfortable middle position, taking his intelligence seriously while treating his identity claims with enormous skepticism. Some CIA officers found the identity claims not entirely implausible, or at least thought they warranted investigation. Goleniecki knew details about the Romanov family, specific family stories, names of servants, physical descriptions, that he could not easily have obtained from public sources. He spoke Russian with what some described as an archaic aristocratic accent. He had the manner, some said, of someone who had been raised in a certain kind of world. Others at the agency were less convinced, and as time went on, Goleniecki's behavior became increasingly erratic. He began claiming that his sisters were also in hiding in various Western countries. He claimed to recognize photographs of European aristocrats as relatives. He claimed eventually that a number of prominent American figures were secret Romanovs or were connected to the Romanov conspiracy. The claims expanded until they encompassed a sweeping, almost paranoid vision of hidden royalty honeycombing Western society. He also notably failed to produce the one thing that would have settled the question definitively even before the DNA era, a meeting with any member of the actual Romanov family. Living Romanovs, cousins, relatives who had genuinely survived the revolution, were available and accessible. Several were in the United States and Western Europe. Goleniecki's handlers attempted, on at least one occasion, to arrange a meeting with one of these genuine Romanov relatives. The meeting did not produce confirmation. The CIA eventually reduced his stipend, cut his access, and effectively sidelined him. He spent his later years in New York, writing letters to various authorities and maintaining his claim until his death in 1993. The DNA confirmation in 1994, the year after his death, identified the remains of Alexei Romanov. The question of who Goleniecki actually was, a genuine defector who suffered a psychological break, a deliberate Soviet disinformation operation designed to muddy the waters of Western intelligence, or something else entirely, has never been definitively answered. The Goleniecki case is everything that makes the Romanov mystery so durable, a figure with genuine credibility in one domain, making extraordinary claims in another, a story that is impossible to confirm and therefore impossible to fully discard, and a resolution that came too late to provide closure for those who were most invested in the question. The Evgenia Smith affair and the proliferation of claimants. Goleniecki and Anderson were the most prominent claimants, but the broader ecosystem of Romanov identity claims was far larger and stranger than those two cases suggest. By the most careful counts, more than 30 individuals asserted at various points in the 20th centuries that they were surviving members of the Romanov family. Each individual daughter attracted multiple claimants. Even the servants who died in the basement, Botkin, Demidova, Karetanov, Trupp, attracted a small handful of posthumous impostors. Evgenia Smith is worth examining specifically because her case illustrates how the cultural apparatus around the Anastasia story actively invited new claimants. Smith was an artist, a genuinely talented one, who had immigrated from Eastern Europe to the United States and had built a modest career in New York. In 1963, she published a memoir titled Anastasia, the autobiography of HIH, the Grand Duchess Anastasia Nikolaevna of Russia. The book was published by Robert Spiller and Sons, a small publisher, and attracted a certain amount of attention. Her account was detailed and internally consistent in the way that Anna Anderson's account was detailed and internally consistent, which is to say, she knew a great deal about the Romanov family, their habits, their relationship, their physical environment. The book described Anastasia's survival and escape in specific terms, her years of wandering, her eventual arrival in the United States. She claimed to have documentation, to have been recognized by certain individuals, to have physical characteristics consistent with Anastasia. The problems with her account were identified relatively quickly by serious researchers. Several details were demonstrably wrong. Physical comparisons were not encouraging. Smith eventually faded from public attention, but her case established a pattern: a person with apparent Eastern European background, genuine familiarity with Romanov lore, which by the 1960s was extensively documented in publicly available books, and a story calibrated to account for the absence of corroborating witnesses. Each claimant who appeared adapted the story to the current state of knowledge, incorporating whatever details had recently become public, while maintaining enough vagueness to avoid specific disproof. What made this dynamic possible was the same thing that made the mystery possible in the first place: the absence of the bodies. Without definitive physical confirmation of death, the space for alternative narratives remained genuinely open, at least in the public imagination. Each new book, each new film, each new theatrical production kept that space fresh and inviting. The 1956 film starring Ingrid Bergman effectively created an entire generation of people who understood the Anastasia story as a romantic mystery with a happy ending, and that cultural template persisted for decades after the actual evidence had closed the question. The Romanov fortune in the financial mythology. Alongside the survival theories ran a parallel mythology about money, specifically about vast amounts of Romanov wealth deposited in foreign banks, accruing interest through the decades, waiting to be claimed by a legitimate heir. The legend has specific origins. In the years before the Revolution, Nicholas II had indeed maintained foreign accounts, primarily in the Bank of England and in several German banks. The amounts were real but not enormous by the standards of the Romanov fortune. Most of the family's wealth was tied up in Russian real estate, Russian state assets, and Russian financial instruments, all of which the Bolsheviks confiscated. The foreign deposits were a relatively modest portion of the total. The mythology inflated these modest deposits into a fabulous hoard. By the 1950s and 1960s, popular accounts were asserting that the Romanov foreign accounts contained hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in accumulated value, an amount that would have been sufficient to buy significant political influence or to support a comfortable lifestyle for many claimants. The story circulated in immigrant communities, in popular histories, in the tabloid press. They became over time nearly impossible to trace to any specific documentary origin because they had been repeated and amplified so many times that the embellishments had swallowed the original facts. The actual investigation of the foreign accounts, conducted as part of the various legal proceedings around the Romanov estate in the 1920s and 1930s, found considerably less than the legend suggested. The German accounts were subject to post-war financial regulations that effectively made them inaccessible. The Bank of England deposits were claimed by surviving relatives of the family, primarily those Grand Dukes and Grand Duchesses who had escaped the Revolution. By the time the courts finished sorting through the various claims in the 1930s, the available assets had been largely distributed among the legitimate surviving claimants, and the balances were far smaller than legend suggested. What remained was the legend itself, which proved far more durable than the actual money. Every claimant to a Romanov identity was implicitly or explicitly also a claimant to whatever financial legacy might exist. The identity claim and the financial claim were inseparable in the legal structure of the proceeding. Anna Anderson's German court cases were explicitly framed as inheritance proceedings, which is why they took place in German courts. This financial dimension gave the identity claims a legal weight they might not otherwise have had, and it sustained the interests of lawyers and courts long after the historical and personal questions might have been considered settled. The persistence of the fortune myth tells us something important about the psychology of the Romanov mystery. The money is a metaphor, a concrete, legally actionable version of the larger fantasy of recovery and restoration. If the money could be found and claimed, something would be made right. The loss would be partially undone. The ledger of history would be partially corrected. That the actual money was gone, or never as large as imagined, did not stop the fantasy from performing its psychological work. The church canonization, political memory, and what Russia chose to remember. The Russian Orthodox Church's decision to canonize Nicholas II, Alexandra, and their children as passion bearers in 2000, and the process by which it arrived at that decision, is not quite a conspiracy theory, but it belongs in this section because it represents an institutionalized version of the same impulse that drives the survival theories, the need to transform a historical catastrophe into a spiritually legible narrative. The category of passion bearers deserves explanation because it is not what most Western observers assume the canonization to mean. In Orthodox theology, a martyr is someone who dies specifically for their Christian faith. The Romanovs did not die for their faith. They died because they were Romanovs, because they were politically inconvenient to the Bolsheviks, because of who they were rather than what they believed. The church recognized this, which is why it chose the different category. Passion bearers are those who face death with Christian dignity and forbearance, in the tradition of the early Russian saints Boris and Gleb. The designation is about the manner of dying, not the cause of death. This is a meaningful theological distinction, but it was largely lost on the public reception of the canonization, which was widely understood as the church declaring the Romanov martyrs, killed for their faith by godless communists. This reading served the political purposes of the post-Soviet rehabilitation of the Tsarist era far better than the more accurate reading. The canonization process itself was contentious within the church. A commission studied the question for years before the 2000 Council of Bishops made the decision. One of the contested issues was Nicholas's record as Tsar, specifically his authorization of or acquiescence in the Kodinka tragedy of 1896, in which hundreds of people were crushed to death at his coronation celebration, and he chose to continue with the ball that evening. The pogroms, the Bloody Sunday Massacre of 1905, and his overall responsibility for the conditions that produced the revolution. Several church figures argued that these failures of governance made him an inappropriate candidate for sainthood. Others argued that sainthood was about spiritual life and manner of death, not political performance, and that by those measures, Nicholas and his family qualified. The canonization won. In its political timing in 2000, at the beginning of the Putin era, when the rehabilitation of pre-Soviet Russian identity was becoming a central project of the new government, was not accidental. The Russian state under Putin has been engaged in a sustained project of constructing a national identity that incorporates the Tsarist past as a period of greatness and order, positions the Bolshevik Revolution as a catastrophe inflicted on Russia by destructive internal forces, and implicitly presents the Putin order as a restoration of stability after the chaos of the Soviet and immediate post-Soviet periods. The Romanovs as symbols fit neatly into this project. Nicholas as a saint, as martyr, as victim of revolutionary violence. This is a politically convenient image for a government that wants to associate revolution with disorder and autocratic rule with legitimate order. The Church's ongoing refusal to recognize the authenticity of the 1994 and 2007 remains is, in this context, revealing. The forensic evidence for the remains is robust. Multiple independent teams have confirmed it. The scientific community has no serious doubt, but the Church's recognition would require formally closing the story that in its ambiguous, unresolved state, continues to perform important spiritual and political work. A saint whose relics are disputed is a more potent religious symbol than a saint whose bones sit in an identified casket in a known location. And a story that remains in some sense open is more useful to the project of national myth-making than a story that has been definitively closed by laboratory analysis. This is not to say that the Church's doubts are entirely cynical or manufactured. There are genuine procedural questions about the chain of custody of the remains and about the investigative process that surrounded their discovery. Some of the Church's specific objections have been answered by subsequent scientific work. Others remain technically unresolved, but the persistence of those objections in the face of evidence that satisfies essentially all other institutional actors suggests that something beyond pure forensic skepticism is at work. The politics of Romanov memory in contemporary Russia are finally inseparable from the politics of Russian identity itself, from the question of what Russia was, what it became, what it aspires to be. The Romanovs did not simply die in a basement in 1918. They became a surface onto which successive generations have projected their own needs, their own griefs, their own political program. The mystery was never only about what happened to a family. It was always also about what we need history to mean. The problem at the center of everything. Here is the question that sits beneath all the others. Almost everything we know about what happened in the basement of the Ipatiev house comes from one man. Yakov Yurovsky wrote his account in 1920, revised it in the mid-1920s, and revised it again before his death in 1938. 3 versions exist, and they differ from each other in ways that matter. If Yurovsky's memoir is reliable, the factual story is largely settled. If it is not, if it was shaped by incentives we can identify and understand, then the foundation of the entire account becomes something different, not necessarily false, but not simply transparent either. This is not a fringe position. It is the question that any serious historian who uses Yurovsky as a primary source is obligated to ask, and the answers are more complicated than the document's earlier sections have acknowledged. The first and most obvious incentive to distort is political self-protection. Yurovsky wrote his initial account in 1920, 2 years after the execution, at a moment when the Bolshevik regime was still fighting for survival and when the killing of the Romanovs was being celebrated as a revolutionary act. In that context, his account needed to present the execution as orderly, justified, and competently carried out, a proper revolutionary disposal of a dynastic threat, not a panicked massacre that descended into chaos in a room too small for the purpose. Reading his account against the grain, you can see the tension. He describes chaos, the smoke, the daughters who would not die, the 20 minutes of confusion. But he frames even the chaos as the result of external factors, bad ammunition, confined space, unforeseen jewels, rather than as a failure of planning or nerve. The account is, in a precise sense, the account of a man who needed to have done his job well. The second incentive concerns his specific role versus Ermakov. Pyotr Ermakov, the other senior figure present that night, spent decades claiming he was the primary killer, the man who had personally dispatched the Tsar of Russia. This claim was socially and politically valuable in Soviet culture, where killing the Tsar was a credential. Yurovsky's account, written partly as a corrective to what he saw as Ermakov's self-aggrandizing fabrications, emphasizes Yurovsky's own central role at every turn. He is the one who reads the order, he is the one who fires the first shots at Nicholas, he is the one who administers the final shots to Alexei. He is the one who organizes the disposal. The account is structured as much as a counter-narrative to Ermakov as it is a straightforward record of events, and that competitive dimension should make us cautious about accepting every detail of his claimed centrality at face value. The third incentive is the most interesting from a mystery standpoint. Yurovsky had a strong reason to present the execution as complete and total. His job, as he understood it, was to eliminate the Romanov family without remainder. If anyone had survived, if a daughter had escaped in the confusion, if Alexei had been spirited away, if any outcome other than total elimination had occurred, Yurovsky would have failed in his assignment and would have been personally responsible for that failure in a system that dealt harshly with failure. His account therefore describes an execution that is complete. Everyone dies. Everybody is accounted for. The disposal, chaotic as it was, ultimately succeeds. He cannot describe uncertainty about whether the job was fully done, because admitting uncertainty would be admitting dereliction. This does not mean anyone survived. The DNA evidence strongly argues against survival. But it does mean that Yurovsky's account cannot serve as independent corroboration that everyone died, because Yurovsky had powerful structural reasons to say everyone died, whether they had or not. The circularity here is important. The primary source that establishes the fact of total elimination was written by a man whose professional and physical safety depended on total elimination having occurred. The fourth incentive concerns the treatment and disposal of the bodies, and this is where the distortions in the memoir are most clearly visible when you compare the three versions. Yurovsky's 1920 account of what happened and afterward differs in significant ways from his mid-1920s revision, which differs again from the version written or dictated in the 1930s. The location of the final burial site, the number of bodies burned versus buried, the specific individuals separated from the group, the sequence of events on the night of July 18th through 19th, all of these details shift between versions. Some of the shifts can be explained by the normal slippage of memory over time. Others look more like a narrative being adjusted as the risk of discovery changed, or as the political context evolved, or as Yurovsky became aware of what investigators had found and needed to account for what they might find next. Researchers have compared the three versions carefully. Most thoroughly, historian J.C. Trewin and the team assembled around the 1991 excavation. Note that the final version of Yurovsky's account is the one most consistent with the physical evidence eventually found, which sounds reassuring until you realize that the final version was written in the 1930s, by which point investigators had been in the forest and the physical evidence had been partially public for years. A man who had access to investigative reports, which Yurovsky as a senior figure in Soviet security possibly did, could have revised his account to match what was being found rather than writing from pure memory. The alignment between the final memoir and the physical evidence is therefore less reassuring than it might initially seem. None of this amounts to proof that Yurovsky fabricated the essential facts. The corroborating evidence, the guard's testimony, the forensic findings, the DNA, all points in the same direction as his account. But it does mean that his memoir should be treated as what it actually is, a politically motivated document written by an interested party, revised multiple times over nearly 2 decades, shaped by competitive pressures from other participants, and structured around the professional necessity of claiming complete success. It is invaluable. It is also not simply transparent. The deeper point is that the Romanov mystery is the story of an event that was deliberately designed to leave no reliable witnesses. The executioners were the only witnesses. The executioners had incentives to shape their accounts. The bodies were hidden for 70 years. The Soviet government maintained deliberate ambiguity for decades. When historians say, "We know what happened," what we mean is that the physical evidence interpreted through the testimony of interested parties, produce a coherent and highly probable account, probable enough that the DNA confirmation settled the factual question for most scholars. But the chain of custody of the story, from the basement to the archive to the history books, runs through Yurovsky. And Yurovsky, like everyone in this story, had reasons to tell it the way he told it. Part 8. The House, the Aftermath, and What Survived. The destruction of the Apatiev House. The Apatiev House stood in Yekaterinburg until 1977. By that point, it had become an unofficial pilgrimage site. People would come to look at it, to leave flowers, to pray. The Soviet government found this increasingly uncomfortable. In 1977, Boris Yeltsin, then the regional Communist Party boss, before his later career as Russia's first post-Soviet president, authorized the demolition of the house. It was torn down in a matter of days. Yeltsin later expressed regret about this decision, saying it was one of the things he was most ashamed of in his Communist Party career. The demolition has an ironic historical resonance. The man who ordered the house destroyed was later, as Russia's president, one of the people who facilitated the recovery and formal reburial of the Romanov remains. On the site of the Apatiev House, the Church on the Blood was built and consecrated in 2003. It is now one of the most visited religious sites in Russia, a major Orthodox pilgrimage destination, and its presence on that site, beautiful, massive, white and gold, represents perhaps the most complete possible symbolic overwriting of what happened there. The reburial. The remains recovered from the Poronsenkov log burial site were formally reinterred on July 17, 1998, exactly 80 years after the night of the killings. They were buried in the Peter and Paul Fortress in St. Petersburg, the traditional burial place of the Romanov tsars. The ceremony was attended by President Yeltsin, who gave a speech acknowledging the killings as a crime and calling the burial a moment of national atonement. The Russian Orthodox Church did not participate, citing continuous doubts about the authenticity of the remains, doubts that have not been resolved to the Church's satisfaction, even after the 2007 discovery and the subsequent DNA confirmation. The 2007 remains, Alexei and Marie, were not reburied with the others. Their status has remained contested between the civil government and the Church, and as of the most recent available information, the question of where and how to bury them has not been resolved. This is itself a kind of ongoing mystery, or at least an ongoing, unfinished story. The personal effects. The forensic rediscovery of the Romanov remains was accompanied by the recovery of numerous personal effects: buttons, belts, buckles, fragments of fabric, the remnants of jewelry, bone pins from Alexandra's and their daughter's hairs. Some of these objects are on display in Yekaterinburg. They have an extraordinary, vertiginous quality, as physical evidence of real people tends to when these people have been subjects of so much myth and imagination. The Romanov archive, letters, diaries, photographs, survived in scattered locations, some in Soviet state archives, some in the possession of emigre family members, some in Western archives. The diaries of both Nicholas and Alexandra have been published. The letters between the two of them, written during the periods of separation imposed by the war, when Nicholas was at military headquarters and Alexandra was managing the household, reveals a relationship of genuine intimacy, mutual dependence, and in Alexandra's case, a relentless involvement in political affairs that Nicholas's diary suggests he sometimes found exhausting even as he gave way to it. She wrote to him about Rasputin, and about ministers and about the moods of the people in the same letters in which she wrote about missing him and about the children's colds. Whether this interweaving of the domestic and the political was a strength or a fatal weakness in their relationship is one of the questions the documents raise without quite answering. The photographs taken by the family are perhaps the most humanizing of all the surviving material. Part 9. The Romanovs in Culture and the Long Aftermath. The Power of the Story. The Romanov story has never stopped generating cultural responses, and the volume and variety of those responses are themselves a kind of historical evidence. They tell you something about what the story does to people, and why it has refused to stay in the past. The theatrical history alone spans a century. Marcel Mauret's play Anastasia premiered in Paris in 1954 and reached Broadway in December 1954, running for 272 performances. It told the story of a woman found in Berlin who may or may not be the surviving Grand Duchess, using the uncertainty as dramatic engine rather than resolving it. The play was adapted almost immediately into a film, the 1956 Hollywood production, starring Ingrid Bergman as the woman claiming to be Anastasia, and Yul Brynner as the Russian immigrant general who trains her. Bergman won the Academy Award for Best Actress for the role, her second Oscar, and the film became one of the defining romantic dramas of the decade. It presented the survival of Anastasia not as a verified fact, but as an emotionally necessary possibility, and in doing so, established a template that every subsequent cultural treatment would either follow or consciously react against. The Bergman film is the reason that for most of the second half of the 20th century, Anastasia functioned in popular culture as a story about survival and identity rather than a story about a massacre. The 1986 stage musical, written by composers Lynn Aron and Stephen Flaherty, with a book by Terrence McNally, eventually became the basis for the most culturally influential version of the story in the 21st century. Fox Animation Studios produced a feature film in 1997, the same year the DNA evidence was published, confirming Anna Anderson's true identity, that cast Meg Ryan as the voice of Anastasia, John Cusack as Dmitri, and Angela Lansbury as the Dowager Empress. From a historical standpoint, the film is a remarkable object. It was produced at the precise moment the factual question was being closed by laboratory science, and it shows romantic myth over documented reality with complete confidence. Is Rasputin, voiced by Christopher Lloyd, and animated as a decomposing supernatural villain who has literally sold his soul to dark forces in exchange for power to destroy the Romanovs, bear essentially no relationship to the historical Rasputin. Its Anastasia is cheerful, resourceful, and amnesiac, a fairy tale heroine rather than a murdered child. The film grossed over $58 million domestically and was nominated for 2 Academy Awards, and is one of my childhood favorites. The 1997 film reached Generation X and millennial children in the way that the Bergman film had reached their parents and grandparents. It implanted a specific narrative about Anastasia that felt emotionally true, and that narrative was the opposite of what had actually happened. Many people who watched it as children were genuinely startled years later to learn that Anastasia had not survived, that there was no charming con man named Dmitri, that the Dowager Empress had never been reunited with her granddaughter. The film did not intend to deceive, it intended to entertain, but the gap between its version of the story and the historical record is so total that it functions for millions of people who encountered it at a formative age as a kind of counter-history, a version of events more emotionally vivid and more complete than the fragments of real history they later encountered. The 1997 film's songs were adapted into full Broadway musical in 2017, with a book by Terrence McNally, and the original R.M. Flaherty score. It ran on Broadway for 802 performances over 2 years, and subsequently toured internationally. The Broadway production made some modest gestures toward historical complexity, a prologue depicting the revolution, a more nuanced portrayal of the political stakes, but its fundamental story remained the romantic survival fantasy. It introduced the Anastasia narrative to a new generation, many of whom subsequently sought out the historical record and encountered the DNA evidence for the first time. Beyond the Anastasia story specifically, the Romanov family has generated an enormous body of fiction, nonfiction, and hybrid work. Robert K. Massey's 1967 biography, Nicholas and Alexandra, is the foundational popular history text, the book that established the emotional and narrative framework through which most English language readers first encountered the family. Massey came to the subject partly through personal experience. His own son, Robert, had hemophilia, and the passages dealing with Alexei's illness have a specificity and compassion that reflect first-hand understanding. The book is genuinely literary as well as historical. Massey was a trained writer, and his prose has a quality that academic histories rarely match. It was adapted into a lavish 1971 British film directed by Franklin J. Schaffner, starring Michael Jaston as Nicholas and Janet Sussman as Alexandra, which won 3 Academy Awards. The film has dated in some of its production choices, but remains the most serious dramatic treatment of Nicholas and Alexandra's relationship ever committed to screen. Edward Radzinsky's biography of Nicholas, first published in Russian and translated into English in 1992 as The Last Tsar, brought a different sensibility, more journalistic, more willing to speculate, drawing on newly opened Soviet archives. Radzinsky also wrote extensively about Rasputin, and his Rasputin biography became a bestseller in Russia and internationally. His approach was criticized by some academic historians for its dramatics and for occasional overreach in interpreting incomplete evidence, but it introduced the archival material that only became available after the Soviet collapse to a mass readership. Helen Rappaport's book deserves particular mention for what they added to the popular record. Her 2008 Ekaterinburg, The Last Days of the Romanovs, is the most granular reconstruction of the final weeks of the family's life, reconstructing the texture of daily existence in the Ipatiev house with an attention to period detail that no previous account matched. Her 2014 The Romanov Sisters was the first popular history to place the 4 daughters at the center of the narrative rather than treating them as supporting characters in their parents' tragedy. Using previously untranslated diaries and letters, it reconstructed their individual personalities, Olga's intellectualism and melancholy, Tatiana's organizational capability, Marie's warmth, Anastasia's comedy, with enough specificity that they became, for the first time for many readers, real and distinct people, rather than a collectively mourned abstraction. The book changed the way the story was discussed, and is arguably the most important Romanov popular history since Massey. Robert Alexander's 2003 novel, The Kitchen Boy, told the story from the perspective of a kitchen servant peasant at the Ipatiev house, and became one of the more successful attempts to use the documented historical record as the frame for a narrative that filled in the emotional gaps. Unlike the Anastasia's survival fiction, it did not require anyone to have lived who did not live. It sold widely and introduced the final weeks of the family's life to readers who might not have picked up a straight historical account. The Romanov story has also become a staple genre within what might loosely be called Tsarist nostalgia fiction, novels and films that use the pre-revolutionary Russian world as a setting for stories about elegance, loss, and the violence of historical change. Amor Towles' 2016 novel, A Gentleman in Moscow, which is set in a Soviet-era hotel and features a character who existed in the old Russia and must adapt to the new, is not a Romanov story, but draws on the same cultural atmosphere, the idea of the old order as a world of beauty and civility that was brutally erased. The appetite for this kind of fiction, in some ways, the same appetite that the Anastasia story has always fed, a desire to find within the catastrophe something that survived, or that at least deserves to survive. In the social media era, particularly from around 2019 onward, the Romanovs became a recurring subject on YouTube, TikTok, and podcast platforms in ways that previous generations of media had not enabled. Short-form video content about the Anastasia mystery, about Rasputin's death, about the DNA findings, about the daughters' personalities as reconstructed from their letters and photographs, accumulated hundreds of millions of views. The family's photograph, particularly the informal snapshots, the beach photograph, the candid images of Anastasia in particular, circulated widely on platforms where the distance between historical figure and contemporary audience collapsed in ways that the print media had not quite achieved. Anastasia in particular became something close to an internet figure. Her wit, her tomboyishness, her self-possession in photographs were noted and amplified by users who had encountered her through the 1997 film and then sought out the historical record. The result was a generation of young people who knew more about the specific personalities of the Romanov daughters than any previous non-specialist generation had, and who felt the particular grief of people who have come to know someone and then learn how they died. What all of this cultural production adds up to is something worth saying plainly. The Romanov story is not simply an event that happened and was then written about. It is a story that has been continuously remade, reinterpreted, and re-experienced by successive generations, each of which has found in it what it needed to find. The 1956 film needed romantic survival. The 1971 film needed tragic grandeur. The 1997 animation needed fairy tale resolution. The 2017 Rappaport book needed individual human beings in place of dynastic symbols. The TikTok generation needed intimacy and directness, a face they could look at and feel they knew. The story has been large enough and ambiguous enough and terrible enough to accommodate all of these needs simultaneously without being exhausted by any of them. That is the mark of a myth that has taken hold at a very deep level, not because the truth was hidden, but because the truth was too large and too painful to be processed all at once. The Russian immigration. The Russian immigration, the hundreds of thousands of people who fled Russia after the Bolshevik Revolution and the Civil War, settling in Paris, Berlin, New York, Belgrade, Harbin, and dozens of other cities, carried the Romanov story with them as a central element of their collective identity. For immigrant Russia, the Romanovs were not simply a dynasty, but a symbol of everything that had been lost. The claim that some of them had survived was, in some sense, a form of hope, a way of keeping open the possibility of return, of restoration, of undoing what had been done. Paris was the epicenter of the Russian immigration between the wars, and the immigrant community there was remarkable in its density and intellectual vitality. It produced important literature, philosophy, and music, but also in its tendency toward internecine quarreling, nostalgia, and political paralysis. The question of the Romanov succession was one of the recurring sources of dispute. Should a surviving Grand Duke claim the Russian throne in exile? Would a restored monarchy be constitutional or absolute? What obligations did immigrant Russia owe to each other and to Russia? These questions consumed enormous energy and produced no resolution. The immigrant community also produced the most sustained examination of the various claimants. It was immigrant, former courtier, former servants, relatives of the imperial family, who were most sought out to authenticate or deny the claims of people like Anna Anderson, and their testimony was often contradictory and clearly influenced by what they wanted to be true. Several members of the extended Romanov family, cousins, aunts, uncles, did survive the revolution either because they were abroad at the time or because they were spared execution. 18 Romanovs were killed by the Bolsheviks in 1918 through 1919, including not only the immediate family, but also several Grand Dukes and princes who were executed at various locations across Russia. The survivors who reached the West included significant figures. Grand Duke Kirill Vladimirovich, a first cousin of Nicholas, declared himself curator of the Russian throne in 1924 and emperor in exile in 1926, a claim that divided the emigre community, as many felt it was presumptuous and politically damaging. His descendants have continued to claim leadership of the Romanov family and dynastic succession, a position contested by other branches. The Romanov Family Association, an organization representing surviving members of the dynasty and their descendants, continue to exist. The question of who is the legitimate head of the Romanov family and whether any form of dynastic politics in Russia is appropriate has been a source of internal dispute within that community for decades. The current claimant to the headship of the house, Grand Duchess Maria Vladimirovna, great-granddaughter of Tsar Alexander III through a different line, has maintained a certain public profile in Russia and has engaged cautiously with the political opportunities created by post-Soviet nostalgia for the Tsarist era. This engagement has itself been controversial, both within the immigrant community and among Russian historians. Part 10. The Story After the Story. Yurovsky and the Executioners. What happened to those who carried out the killings? The answer across the various participants is a study in the way revolutionary violence eventually consumes its own practitioners, though not always and not always quickly. Yakov Yurovsky is the central figure. After the execution, he remained in Bolshevik service, working in various administrative and security roles. He suffered from chronic stomach problems that worsened through the 1920s and 1930s. He died of a perforated ulcer in 1938, a natural death, which distinguished him from many of his contemporaries. He left behind his memoir of the execution, which he had written in 1920 and revised at least twice, in which he apparently intended as a contribution to the historical record rather than a confession. He does not seem in the text to have experienced what we would recognize as remorse. He experienced, if anything, professional frustration at the chaos of the night and satisfaction that the task had been complete. The men who served under him that night had more varied fates. Several of the Latvian guards brought in specifically for the execution, in part because as non-Russians they were thought less likely to balk at killing the Tsar, drifted into other roles in the emerging Soviet security apparatus. Some survived into the 1950s and 1960s, occasionally giving interviews or leaving memoirs. Their accounts of the nights are consistent with Yurovsky's in the broad outline and differ in specific detail in ways that are consistent with different people remembering a chaotic event, rather than in ways that suggest coordinated deception. Pyotr Ermakov, who was one of the senior Bolshevik officials in the execution party, and who later claimed to have been the primary killer, is a particularly interesting figure. He was a man of pronounced vanity, who in his later years enjoyed being pointed out as the man who killed the Tsar. He gave speeches about it, accepted recognition for it, and told conflicting versions of his own role. In some accounts, he was the first to fire. In others, he struck the decisive blow against this or that family member. His accounts are among the least reliable of the primary sources. He died in 1952, respected in his community. What is perhaps most striking about the executioners as a group is the absence in the documentary record of anything resembling psychological crisis or moral reckoning. This is not to say they felt nothing. The record is incomplete, and people do not always document their inner states. But the available evidence suggests men who had made their peace with what they had done, who understood it within a political and ideological framework that gave it meaning, and who moved on. The Great Terror of 1937 through 1938 killed many of their contemporaries who had done comparable things, but Yurovsky's natural death before the worst of it, and Ermakov's survival, illustrates that participation in the execution of the Romanovs was not, in Stalinist terms, a mark against one. If anything, it was a credential. What the DNA work meant for science, and why the controversy matters. The forensic work done on the Romanov remains was not only historically significant, it was a landmark moment in the development of forensic DNA analysis as a scientific discipline, with consequences that extended far beyond the Russian imperial family. But the story of how that science was done, challenged, and ultimately confirmed is itself a layered mystery, and intellectual honesty requires engaging with the genuine scientific objections that were raised. When the first set of remains was excavated from Perensikov log in 1991, the challenge facing the forensic scientists was considerable. The bones had been in the ground for 73 years. They had been treated with sulfuric acid. Some had been partially burned. The soil conditions in western Siberia are acidic, which degrades organic material steadily over time. The DNA that remained was fragmented and present in small quantities. Working with such samples was at the frontier of what the technology could do in 1991. The investigation was led by two primary figures, Dr. Peter Gill, then at the UK Forensic Science Service in Aldermaston, Berkshire, and Dr. Pavel Ivanov, a molecular biologist at the Engelhard Institute of Molecular Biology in Moscow. The collaboration was unusual. It was in part a product of the post-Soviet opening of the Russian government's willingness to bring in Western expertise, precisely because, as Ivanov himself acknowledged, Soviet-era genetics had been devastated by Stalin's persecution of geneticists in the late 1940s. Russia did not have the laboratory infrastructure to do this work alone. The bones traveled to England. The team used mitochondrial DNA as their primary tool, the genetic material found in the mitochondria rather than the cell nucleus, which is present in much greater quantities per cell, is more robust in degraded samples, and is maternally inherited, meaning it passes unchanged from mother to all children. This last property was what made Prince Philip's involvement possible. Philip was the son of Princess Alice of Battenberg, whose mother was Princess Victoria of Hesse, whose sister was Alexandra. That made Philip Alexandra's grandnephew through an unbroken maternal line, 3 generations removed but carrying identical mitochondrial DNA. His sample was the anchor. By comparing the mitochondrial DNA extracted from the bones of the woman in the burial site to Philip's, the team could confirm the identification with mathematical precision. For Alexandra's side of the family, the comparison was clean and unambiguous. Her mitochondrial DNA matched Philip's perfectly. For Nicholas, it was more complicated, and this complication became the first major scientific controversy of the case. The mitochondrial DNA extracted from the bones, identified as Nicholas, matched 2 of his living maternal line relatives at every position except one. At a single location in the sequence, the bone sample showed not a clean result, but a mixture. 2 different bases present simultaneously in roughly equal proportions. This phenomenon is called heteroplasmy. It means the mitochondria in a single person's cell carry 2 slightly different versions of the DNA sequence, a genuinely unusual but not unknown condition. The Gill team interpreted the result as heteroplasmy within Nicholas himself. Critics argued it could indicate contamination, that the bone was from the wrong person, or that modern DNA had somehow mixed with the ancient sample. This was not a trivial objection. If the mismatch indicated contamination rather than genuine heteroplasmy, the identification of Nicholas was not confirmed. The Russian government itself delayed its official final report on the remains pending resolution of this question. The resolution came in 1996 when the team, at the Russian government's request, obtained permission to exhume the remains of Grand Duke George Romanov, Nicholas's younger brother, who had died of tuberculosis in 1899 and was buried in the Peter and Paul Fortress in St. Petersburg. George's mitochondrial DNA was extracted and sequenced. It matched Nicholas's perfectly, and it showed the same heteroplasmy at the same position, in the same mixed ratio. The presence of the identical rare variant in two brothers, both carrying it in the same proportion, made contamination as an explanation essentially impossible. The heteroplasmy was a genuine family characteristic, inherited through their maternal line. Nicholas was confirmed. The Nicholas heteroplasmy subsequently became a textbook example in forensic genetics courses worldwide, one of the first documented cases of this phenomenon in a historical identification, and a demonstration of why anomalous results in ancient DNA work require investigation rather than immediate dismissal. The second major challenge came from a Stanford University researcher named Alec Knight, who in 2004 published a paper in the journal Science, arguing that the original Gil-Ivanov study had amplified DNA fragments far too long to be credible from bones that had been buried for 73 years. The argument was technical but consequential. Ancient DNA degrades into short fragments over time, and the ability to amplify a sequence of 1,223 base pairs, as the Gill team reported, from bones in those conditions was, Knight argued, implausible. The more likely explanation he suggested was that the results reflected contamination with more recently deposited, less degraded DNA, perhaps from the scientists handling the samples, perhaps from elsewhere. Knight and his colleagues also re-examined their own samples of material purportedly from George Romanov and reported that they could not detect the heteroplasmy that Ivanov had found, raising the possibility that Ivanov's Georgie sample was itself contaminated. Peter Gill's response was blunt. He called the Knight paper a mischaracterization of his work and said it comes across as vindictive and political. His rebuttal, and a subsequent rebuttal by Erica Hagelberg of Cambridge, who had independently replicated the original findings, argued that Knight's reanalysis had used a methodologically flawed framework and had failed to account for the baseline probability that any given sample could simply be from an unknown individual who happened to match Prince Philip's sequence by coincidence, which Knight had not calculated. Peter Denevge, a forensic DNA researcher at Leiden University in the Netherlands, took a more measured position. He agreed with some of Knight's methodological concerns, but did not endorse the conclusion that the remains were misidentified. The handkerchief created a separate, murkier controversy. In 1891, the teenage Nicholas, then still Tsarevich, traveling on a diplomatic tour of Asia, was attacked by a Japanese police officer named Suda Sanzo in the city of Otsu, struck twice on the head with a saber before the attacker was subdued. The wound bled considerably. The handkerchief used to bind his head was kept and eventually displayed in a local museum in Otsu, a national relic stored in a small box, displayed on ceremonial occasions. For the DNA investigation, this handkerchief represented an extraordinary potential resource, a pre-mortem blood sample from Nicholas himself, from a known source, which could be compared directly to the bones. If they matched, identification would be confirmed independently of any family comparison. Ivanov traveled to Japan to obtain a sample. The trip was an event. The museum brought out the handkerchief with formal ceremony. 2 employees in white gloves, and Ivanov was allowed to cut a narrow strip from the edge. But when he returned to the laboratory and attempted to develop a DNA profile, it was useless. Over a century of handling, exhibition, and museum storage, the handkerchief had accumulated the DNA of too many people. Every curator who had touched it, every visitor who had breathed on it, every pair of white-gloved hands. The result was a contaminated mess that no methodology could untangle. Ivanov said as much and moved on. Peter Dnipch at Leiden was skeptical of this explanation and cited Ivanov's unwillingness to fully disclose his experimental details from the handkerchief work as one of the procedural irregularities that gave him pause about the investigation as a whole. A Japanese researcher named Tatsuya Nagai subsequently claimed to have tested the handkerchief himself and found that its DNA did not match the bones from Yekaterinburg, which he argued meant the bones were not Nicholas's. His work, which was never peer-reviewed or published in an internationally accessible journal, was cited by doubters as evidence that the identification was flawed. Subsequent analysis of the data Nagai had published, available in Japanese language journal, revealed 7 different heteroplasmic positions in his samples, a pattern almost certainly indicating severe contamination rather than a genuine profile from the historical blood. There was also the problem of political context around the investigation itself. The analysis was commissioned by the Russian government, which had clear political interest in specific outcomes at different points in the process. In 1990s, saw both the desire to close the Romanov question definitely and the pressure from the Orthodox Church and nationalists' opinion to keep it open. Investigator Vladimir Solovyev, the Russian official who led the legal investigation, was described by Ivanov himself in terms not suitable for an ecclesiastical document as having turned the investigation into an opportunistic spectacle, expanding it unnecessarily and compromising its scientific integrity for political and personal reasons. This internal conflict between the scientific team and the legal investigative apparatus is not the kind of thing that generates confidence in the chain of custody of the evidence. All of these threads, the heteroplasmy question, the Knight critique, the handkerchief opacity, the Nagai claim, the political atmosphere, were the legitimate grounds on which serious people raised doubts about the 1994 findings. And then 2 things happened that resolved almost all of them. The first was the 2007 discovery of the second burial site, containing Alexei and 1 daughter. These remains were tested not only by Russian laboratories, but by Michael Koppel and his team at Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory in the United States, AFDIL, one of the most rigorous forensic DNA facilities in the world, with no Russian government connection. They use both mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA, including Y chromosome marker inherited through the male line. Their results, published in PLOS1 in 2009, confirmed the identifications with a likelihood ratio, the statistical expression of how much more probable the identification hypothesis is than the alternative, exceeding 10 to the 23rd power. To put that in accessible terms, the odds that these were not the Romanovs, given the data, were less than 1 in 100 sextillion. The second was the testing of the blood-stained shirt Nicholas wore during the Otsu attack. The shirt, as distinct from the handkerchief, which had been handled by many people, had been preserved in better conditions, and in 2008 was tested by 2 independent Russian laboratories. Unlike the handkerchief, the shirt yielded a clean profile, autosomal DNA and Y chromosome markers that matched the skeletal remains from the burial site. The likelihood ratio from the shirt data alone was published as exceeding 10 to the 23rd power, essentially the same extraordinary figure as the 2009 paper. Multiple independent teams from the UK, Russia, and the United States, using different samples and different methodologies, now had converged on the same answer. The Knight critique had been addressed by new testing that satisfied its methodological objections. The Nagai challenge had been shown to rest on contaminated samples. The heteroplasmy in Nicholas had been explained and confirmed. The shirt had provided what the handkerchief could not, and the second burial site had filled the 2-person gap that kept the identification technically incomplete. What the Romanov work contributed to forensic science more broadly was a demonstration of what could be accomplished with severely degraded historical samples, and a roadmap, including all the wrong terms, for doing it rigorously. The techniques developed and refined in this investigation were subsequently applied to identification of remains from the Yugoslavs war's mass grave, the Katyn massacre of Polish officers by the Soviet NKVD in 1940, the identification of King Richard III of England from remains found under a Leicester car park in 2012, and dozens of other historical criminal contexts. The controversy that surrounded the Romanov investigation were not a failure of the science. They were the science working correctly, with critics pushing back on methods and independent teams providing verification. The result that emerged from that process is precisely because it was challenged and survived challenge, more reliable than an unchallenged result would have been. Epilogue. The basement room where they died no longer exists. The Apadyev house was demolished in 1977, and the church on the blood built on the site in 2003. But the room is preserved in the historical record, in photographs taken by investigators after the White Army captured the city, in the accounts of those who were there, in the measurements and descriptions preserved in Sokolov's investigative files. 17 by 14 feet, stripped wallpaper, a single electric light, chairs brought in at the last moment for a sick boy and his parents. The story of the Romanovs is also, finally, a story about the nature of historical evidence and its limits. For most of the 20th century, the mystery of the Romanovs was sustained by the absence of definitive physical proof. When that proof finally arrived, in the form of bones in a forest clearing, a mitochondrial DNA match to a British duke, the mystery did not entirely evaporate. It transformed. The question, did they survive, became answerable, and was answered. But questions like, who was really responsible at the highest level, and could this have been prevented, and what does this mean for Russia now? These do not yield to laboratory analyses. They are historical and moral questions. They remain alive in a way that the forensic questions do not. Nicholas II, the last Tsar of all the Russias, descendants of 3 centuries of Romanov rule, died in that room. He died in part because of the stubbornness and political blindness that made him such an inadequate Tsar, the same qualities that had refused constitutional reform, the same fatalism that had allowed a war to consume millions of his subjects. He died in part because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, because the Bolsheviks needed to eliminate a symbol and were not inclined toward mercy. He died fundamentally because revolution is a machine with its own terrible logic, and once that machine is running, the people in its path, guilty and innocent alike, tend not to survive. His family died with him. His daughters were 22, 21, 19, and 17. His son was 13. These facts, stripped of everything else, are not a mystery. They are simply a crime. The mystery, the part of the story that has run so much longer than the event itself, that has generated so many claimants in films, in court cases, and scholarly arguments, was always partly a projection of something we needed the story to be. We needed there to be survivors. We needed the possibility of escape. We needed the doors to be left a little bit open because the alternative, the finality of that basement, the completeness of that loss, was somehow too much to accept all at once. There is something else at work too, something worth naming before we close. The Romanov case sits at the precise intersection of royalty, revolution, family, murder, and vanished wealth, 5 of the oldest and most reliably compelling ingredients in human storytelling. Each element amplifies the other. The family was not simply killed, they were royalty killed in a revolution, their bodies hidden, their names disputed, their jewels sewn into their clothes. The story has the density of a novel, the sweep of history, and the intimacy of a family photograph. It resists conclusion not because the facts are unclear, but because the meaning is inexhaustible. A dynasty ended, a century began, and somewhere in the Ural forest, the ground still holds the marks of what was done there. And yet, our collective imagination can't help but wonder, what if amidst the chaos, someone escaped?